Oh gosh. Oh gosh. How have I let this happen? Do you remember? Do you remember that there was a time that it was only Yaimiko? It was only Yaimiko and then it was only Nilu. I've gotten it down that low. And now what have I done? Photo card. Focused experience mode. Yes. Yes, we will enable that. Yeah, the backlog is
It's been a while since we visited Poisson. Maybe we should head over and have a look around.
Alright, we are starting the Arlecchino quest. Once again, I have done my best to prepare myself, having not done some of the world, like, more relevant world quests. But if I say something stupid, okay, just give me some slack.
Hey, traveler, Paimon.
Oh, Paimon knows that voice.
Over here.
Lower. Poisson.
To borrow one of the more popular turns of phrase at the moment, this appears to be quite the fated reunion. Running into you two out of the blue like this has really made my day. I certainly wasn't expecting it.
You can say that again.
I've had that event before.
Wait, Paimon's got it! You must be here for one of your magic shows, right?
Actually, we've run into a bit of trouble on the home front, so Father arranged for us to stay in Poisson for the time being.
Oh, are Lynette and Fremine here too?
Yep, along with most of the other members of the House of the Hearth.
Oh, wow.
You may have noticed Poisson seems a bit more crowded than usual.
I like the way he pronounces
So you're
it.
saying nearly the entire organization has moved to Poisson? Sounds like you've run into way more than just a bit of trouble. What's really going on?
Poisson.
Well...
Since the two of you are so curious, perhaps I can fill in the gaps.
You scared Paimon half to death!
Father, you're here.
Those heels are crazy.
You know, on second thought, maybe we don't need to know. It's all probably super confidential House of the Hearth stuff, right? We totally weren't trying to pry or anything.
I heard some like old Paimon in that. I heard some deeper Paimon voice. That's quite nice.
No need to be nervous. I could sense your genuine concern from your conversation just now. Of course, I can also understand your confusion. Sending so many Fatui here to Poisson, it's only natural that some might suspect an ulterior motive to be involved.
Well, we are curious. We still have our reservations about your organization.
I understand. I'm well aware you've had your fair share of confrontations with the Fatui in the past, and I can't exactly guarantee that we'll remain on good terms in the future.
Me neither.
As for right now, however, I would say we have little reason to be at odds, wouldn't you agree? The House of the Hearth could stand to be more open with those who have worked so closely with us in the past. As for the issue at hand, well, it hardly relates to any ulterior motive. To be frank, it all stems from a certain rumor circulating around the House of the Hearth. It's an internal matter.
What sort of rumor?
She literally said it's an internal matter, which to my ear, that sounds like, don't worry about it. Okay? It's like a family thing. And Paimon's like, well, tell us about it.
A rumor that a certain phantom child is hiding away in
tell
the
us.
House of the Hearth.
Some kind of ghost story, maybe?
A phantom child? Ooh, just hearing the name is giving Paimon the creeps.
A spirit that should have long ceased to exist is lurking in the shadows of the House of the Hearth.
Oh.
So I decided to bring the children to Poisson before continuing to investigate the situation. I expect I should be able to track down the spirit fairly quickly. After that, it's just a matter of resolving the situation, if you will. It shouldn't be much trouble at all.
Paimon's just nosy. Well, good, because she can embarrass herself and I'll be like, Paimon, don't say that. Don't ask that. But I'll stick around in case she answers.
If you're curious, or if you still have some concerns, it might be advisable to stick around for a few days. I'm sure the children would be exceedingly pleased to welcome some visitors. Lenny, I'll leave you to entertain our guests. I have some matters to attend to.
Of course, Father.
I always put father in quotation marks. Couldn't help but feel intimidated during the conversation with the Nave. Now she's gone, I feel like I can finally breathe again. Just we sit back around for a few days.
It has long been a dream of mine to invite you to our home and introduce you to my other siblings. You're quite well known in the organization already. A lot of people have been talking about you, especially after everything with the prophecy. If you're willing, why don't you stay a while and have a little chat with us?
Alright. We don't have anything else to do right now anyway. But let's be clear, we're just gonna be there as guests, okay? Don't get any funny. Oh, wait a second. If we're your guests, that probably means we'll be treated to lots of yummy food, right?
Of course. During our stay in Poisson, we've been helping out the locals with some fishing. We bring in quite the bounty every day.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop saying that.
In fact, today is the perfect chance
can't
for
help
me
it.
to show you what I can do in the kitchen.
Oh.
Let's go. I'll take you to where we're staying.
Wow. This stream is the only thing keeping me sane in this 52 heat that's been going on for weeks. Is that in the Philippines? I heard people, I saw a TikTok about the Philippines and all the comments were like, it may be beautiful, but it's so hot here. I'm sorry to everyone dealing with the Philippines heat right now. Yeah, stay strong, stay strong. Wet your forehead with water. There's so many gatos here. I hope they steal all the fish. Kitty, look, it's all just here in these boxes. Oh man, if I was a cat, I would be munching on these fish. They are very nice for not taking it. Free real estate.
We rented this house from one of the locals to use as a temporary base. I'll come back later and tidy up a bit. After that, it should be all ready for you to stay in tonight.
Awesome, thanks! So, where are we off to now?
Well, when I happened to run into you two earlier, I was actually in the middle of distributing some supplies. With this many people staying in Poisson, we have to bring in outside supplies every now and then. I should probably make sure the rest of these provisions get delivered. Otherwise, people might start to get antsy.
I've never seen so many mattresses.
Yeah.
How many do you think there are? Cool.
Just saw your father's summons and I wish to apologize for what I said about you getting Diluc on Twitter.
Huh?
No one deserves to lose that way, sad face.
Oh, was that you? Who cursed? Did you curse me? Is it you who cursed me?
This quest was really
10.
sad but so good. I hope you enjoy it, your frog-ellency.
Thank you, Starny. Well, congrats. You and your poor wishes made history on my Genshin account and my YouTube channel forever. Thank you for the tip, but you don't need to apologize. It's all for content. It's all funny. Bored, thank you for the 3 months. Abyss Prince, thank you for the 100. Mochful, thank you for the 200 bits. Minty for the resub and the 100 bits. Card, thank you for the 30 months. Grey Ghost, thank you for the 13 months. It's okay, it is Diluc's birthday, and he always gets the best birthday art. He gets the best birthday art, I swear. He always looks so beautiful.
Okay, we'll come with. There are all sorts of rumors about your organization floating around out there. Paimon's not sure if she could even take a wild guess as to what's true and what's not. But now that we finally have the chance to see a day in the life of the house, we can take a good look at how you operate.
Well, you're more than welcome to come along. Just follow me.
Why couldn't I have lost to Dea? Or to Tignati, who I actively use. He is my main. He is my primary Dendro DPS.
Now that you got C6 Diluc and it was his birthday, do you plan to build and main him now? Lolimdish tea.
No. Thank you for the 100 bits.
Linny, we're finally here. The supplies. I'm assuming you've...
Brought them with me? Yep, here you go.
These are the other children of the House of the Hearth.
Hello? Something caught your eye?
It's the Traveler and Paimon!
Is his mouth hanging open?
No way!
They couldn't have stylized these NPCs at all. BCC, thank you for the 10 months Prime. He said,
Come here, everyone! Hurry! The Traveler and Paimon are here!
One at a time, please. Don't crowd around them all at once. We don't want to scare off our guests now, do we?
yeah, poor NPCs. Yeah, only Arlecchino, only father's favorites get dripped out. All the rest stay with the 2D clothes.
Oh, it's alright! Gotta say, Paimon didn't realize we were this famous. Of course! Father and Linny have told us so much about you.
Father told us about how you helped Linny. According to her, you're a trustworthy friend. And as far as she's concerned, that's pretty much the highest compliment we've ever heard her give. As you can imagine, everyone's been very curious about you.
He sounds, what, like 16, 17?
I heard the Traveler is so
my
strong that
guess.
she can move a mountain with her bare hands. I heard Paimon eats so much that she can clean out the entire pantry at Hotel Tabor in just 3 days.
Wow, you gonna let him talk to you like that, Paimon?
Wait a second! That's the rumor you heard about Paimon? Oh, not cool at all! Oh, wait. When guests visit, you're supposed to give them gifts and stuff, right? Oh, we don't need something like that. Besides, we don't have anything to give to you. Come on, we insist. I can give you some of my new potions. Just pick your poison. And by that, I mean medicine or actual poison. I've got both.
Oh. I see. I just failed 2 college classes, but at least I got father. Wow, I'm really sorry that that happened. And I hope you're able to keep your head up about it, unironically. Because I think I almost failed a class, and it was so gut-wrenching and horrifying that I, like, barely was able to cope with it. So I hope you're okay. These kids were menaces. Yeah, well, you know, they're probably traumatized in some way, so... You know, I'm not gonna blame her.
Or maybe Shaplo can teach you guys about stealth. He's super good at it. He's never been caught.
Ah, now that's not a bad idea. I know you usually prefer to fight head-on, but it never hurts to expand your bag of tricks, right? When it comes to eliminating your enemies, staying quiet can go a long way. Trust me, I would know.
I know Shaplo is jealous of Linny, Lynette, and Fremine.
I was poisoned not too long ago, and I'm still dealing with the after effects. So I'm not quite as good as I was before, but I can still give you some pointers.
Wait, when you said gifts, Paimon didn't think you meant poison and stealth tactics. But those are the best things we can give you. You don't like them?
No, I like him.
Ooh, how about this? Tell me the name of someone who really annoys you, and we'll teach him a lesson for you.
All right,
What is Arle
folks,
doing?
Selwar. I think that's enough suggestions for now. When it comes to being a good host, it's the thought that counts. You don't need a physical gift to make our guests happy.
A hitman.
In fact,
Cool.
pestering them with suggestion after suggestion might make them more annoyed than anything. I would say your enthusiasm has certainly gotten across.
Really?
Absolutely, we definitely feel the love.
Awesome! It's been so long since we've had guests to play with. If there's anything you need, just let us know.
These kids are giving scare twins in The Shining. I've never seen it. That movie sounds too scary for me. You know what his hair reminds me of? It reminds me of when in Anne of Green Gables, when Anne tries to dye her hair black, and it turns like green. Anne of Green Gables. I swear it's like this exact color. Wait, I need a good picture. All of these are are so, they are not quite right. Do I need to find the actual scene? Okay, this is close enough. This basically what what this color is. But he's working it.
Yeah, especially if it's poison or something. I've got all sorts of potions for that.
I love those movies.
We'll talk to you all later. We've still got supplies to distribute.
All right, see you later.
Bye-bye. Goodbye, NPCs. I'm so happy as a Canadian that Anne of Green Gables is popular overseas. I love Anne of Green Gables. Right back there. Oh, wait. Right here. Those are all my mom's copies, which are now mine, of like 70s editions of Anne of Green Gables. Right there. I'm reading my way through them right now. I just read, I'm in the middle of Anne of Windy Poplars, but I stopped to read Dune. And I love the first two movies. I like.
Lenny, about all that poison and stuff tactics talk just now.
Scared you, did it? That kind of talk comes with being part of the House of the Hearth. When Foltz was really young, he strangled all of his family pets, just out of curiosity. He was labeled a dangerous problem child and was abandoned by his family.
Oh. Okay, so okay. So we've got some sociopathic homicidal tendencies. Nothing some dedicated child rearing can't fix.
Elwar has an unnatural obsession with potions.
That's
Father
valid.
has forbidden her from trying all the different concoctions she comes up with, but she still tries to test them in secret. You really have to keep an eye on that one.
I can respect that.
Chaplot is around my age. While I'm mainly responsible for collecting intelligence, he handles surveillance. He's very passionate about his work and has no reservations about taking on some very difficult missions. I know you two probably aren't used to that kind of talk, but I can promise you they only had the best of intentions. Things like stealth tactics and developing different poisons, they really mean a lot to them. They were just trying to share the best of what they could offer, that's all.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about Poison Girl. I'm way more worried about strangling strangling pets. Oh. That's a tough one. That's a tough one for me. Anne of Green Gables is a national treasure of cultural heritage in Canada. I want to come see Green Gables so badly. I want to make like a pilgrimage out because those I watched those movies as a kid, and like we watched them. They were essentially like comfort movies. Like we watched them whenever. The first two, Anne of Green Gables and Anne of Avonlea. And the third movie I don't really like because I feel like it really strays from what the books are and like what the purpose of the books are. And it like really goes off script. So I don't really like the third movie. But Anne of Green Gables and Anne of Avonlea are so great, and we watched them whenever we were sick. So I just will always have I just love them. I'm so grateful for them. And they're so romantic and beautiful, and the way they show girlhood is just
supplies
magical.
Are here.
Foltz needs to be locked up. Who's that?
Thanks. And who are these two? Outsiders?
The kid.
Allow me to introduce you. This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Oh, you're the famous duo I've been hearing so much about. It's nice to meet you. I heard you've traveled to all sorts of places. Is that true?
Is that the name of the kid?
making our way all across to that.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, I didn't notice his name.
You must be pretty familiar with Fontaine by now, then. Have you seen the new opera that started running recently? I think it's called... The 4,000 Thieves?
Oh, this is the first we've heard of it.
It seems like it's going to be fantastic. From what I've been able to tell from the posters, anyway. You should definitely check it out if you have the time.
Okay.
Oh, and there's The Blind Maiden, too. That one is supposed to have audience interaction. Seems pretty interesting.
Okay. Pop culture.
After this mission is
Good
over,
for you.
I think I'll go get a manicure.
Oh, maybe I should dye my hair. Wonder how much it'll cost.
Is it just Paimon, or do these two seem much easier to get along with than the others? Looks like
I heard
Oops.
that.
Sorry.
Oh! Oops.
I'm guessing you're referring to Foltz and the others? Yeah, we're definitely not all like them.
It's mean.
I bet those crazies are practically foaming at the mouth right now. I'm sure they just can't wait to get back to Snezhnaya to carry out the plan.
Don't dunk on them.
That's enough, Philly.
Yeah, they're not like other
Don't
orphans.
talk about family members behind their back, right? Whatever. Let's go.
What's with the superiority complex, huh?
Guess this is goodbye then. If you ever have some time, we should go see the opera together.
I don't know about that. Lenny, you just gonna let them say that about your siblings? Yeah.
Well, that's it for the supplies. We should probably head back as well.
Lenny sounds exhausted.
Well, they
Plan.
didn't seem too happy with each
plan.
other. Seems like there could be something more going on here. You're right. We're only here as guests after all. Oh, Lenny's getting super far ahead. Come on, let's catch up.
I'm gonna make once I yeah. Why would I do that? Once I finish the Anne of Green Gables books, I'm gonna like I'm gonna make a video about it that's like more of a analysis, like talk to the camera. Oh my gosh. With like a script almost. Oh, please. And I'll talk about like my thoughts on the movies and my thoughts on the show, the Anne with an E show. I have mixed feelings about it. I think season 1 was fantastic. Season 2 confused me because there are so many great storylines in the Anne of Green Gables books that don't get shown in the movies. Like so many great stories to tell of like side characters and stuff, and instead they just like kind of created stories out of like I don't know where from, honestly. And it felt some parts of it I liked, but I think it strayed quite a bit from like it strayed a lot when there's so much like good material to work with. And the season 3 was also good, but it got canceled. So, you know, they had to end the show really abruptly, and things that should have taken like longer to resolve all like got sealed up in a bow in like 3 minutes. But that's like such a Netflix thing to do. They take their good shows and they just end them. Like 3 seasons. Like commit to something, Netflix. Finish the show. Okay? Netflix. Anne and Gilbert's storyline was very good in Anne with an E. I thought I really liked how they characterized Gilbert. And I'm saying that as someone who is a hardcore fan of the 70s, Anne of Green Gables, and Gilbert. If they do that to Arcane, that'd be so sad. There's no way. There's way too Arcane was way too popular not to do it. But so was Anne of I don't know. It was unfortunate because I think they did a lot better in season 3. But then it got canceled. So I liked. Okay, last thing, and then I'll shut up and save it for the show. I mean the video. I think Anne of Green Gables in the movies is very likable from the very beginning, and I think Anne with an E is also like her character, but I think she I think she was I think she was like closer to the book description as far as like her physique and her not precociousness, but because she was totally earnest. But I could see how adults could get annoyed with Anne from in Anne with an E, and that's great. I love that because she is kind of like a yapper. I think they did a good job with that.
So, what do you think of the members you've met so far?
Certainly got a lot of personality.
Well, Father is always encouraging us to be strong-willed and independent. So if there's one thing we've got, it's people who aren't afraid to speak their mind. Well, I should probably get cooking. Wanna join?
Of course!
Then let's head out and... Huh? Fremine?
Remy!
What are you doing here?
And why are you staring at a box?
Well,
Fremine! Nice to see you again!
Oh,
He's getting corner
you
treatment.
too. I heard you're here as guests of House of the Hearth. Welcome.
We were just going
Thanks,
to make
bro.
some food. Why don't you come along? I could use some help in the kitchen, and I seem to remember you mentioning you wanted to make seafood soup for the Traveler in Paimon.
Seafood soup? Oh, Paimon's drooling already.
Were you looking for something just now, Fremine? Maybe I can help.
He was looking for a place
It's
to hide.
nothing. I just wanted to see if there were any extra supplies.
Yeah, we've got some left over. What do you need?
Some food and water. And some clean cloth, if possible.
No problem. Give me a second here. Food, water...
Me when I stare at a closed box. Me when I stare at the sharp edge of a closed chest.
Wait a minute. What do you need all of those for? You're not on any missions as far as I'm aware, and you were just going to come eat with us. So what's this all about?
I thought I'd grab an extra portion because I get hungry at night.
Wait a minute.
Could be because I'm growing, you know?
No, you're going somewhere.
Fremine, you remember what I told you? You're not like me. Your lying skills still need some work. Tell me what's going on. Is it really bad enough that you have to keep it from your own brother?
Maybe it'll be better if we gave them some space.
Wow, Paimon practicing tact? Incredible.
This is the first time I've seen that kind of look on your face.
Big brother Linny.
Whatever happened, does it have something to do with Father?
Yes. Just follow me.
Okay. There's another show that Netflix canceled.
Poison.
Poisson. That made me so upset. They canceled it after one season. It was so good. So good. Oh my gosh. The actors were excellent and the storyline was like so emotionally powerful. Netflix show canceled. Spinning Out. Oh my gosh. Have you seen Spinning Out? I almost want to say don't watch it because you're going to be disappointed that there's not another season ever coming. But it dealt with like it was about like a girl who had like an injury, a serious ice skating industry and gets back into it. But also deals with bipolar disorder and like manic episodes. And it's so good, and it's like romantic, and there's good. I want to rewatch it. Because it's so great, but I know that I'm gonna end up disappointed and angry because it's Netflix cancels their good shows, bro. Where are we going? Spinning out, bro. Am I freaking stupid? Am I supposed to go down further? Don't say up. Oh.
Off we go.
Oh.
You're back. Oh, and you've brought some friends with you this time.
Hello, my name's Linny. I grew up in the House of the Hearth. And you are?
Hi, Linny. I'm also a child of the House of the Hearth, just like you.
Oh.
You can call me Clairy.
Clairy.
Clairy?
It's her.
It's nice to meet you.
Hold on. Are you a ghost?
Does that name ring any bells, Linny?
Yeah. Did you watch the animation?
No, not at all. That's not a name we have on our roster, I'm sure of it.
Holy crap.
What I'm not sure of, though, is how she managed to sneak in.
Why does she sound like that? I'm so sorry. No comment.
She must be the phantom child Father's been searching for. From the looks of it, I'm guessing you were the one that found her, Fremine. You, haven't told Father, have you?
No, I haven't told anyone. I've just been keeping her hidden.
For how long?
About half a month now.
Oh my gosh.
So ever since we got to Poisson, then. Do you have any idea what you're doing?
I know what I'm doing.
Really? 'Cause from where I'm standing, it looks like you're hiding the very person Father has been trying to find. If Father finds out about this, everyone involved is going to be punished. You know the rules of the house, Fremine. I know you do. Father doesn't tolerate any form of betrayal. So why are you doing this?
Wow.
I've thought it through. And I just can't hand her over like that. Linny, don't you remember last year? Chapleau nearly died after getting poisoned during that one mission.
Sad.
He wasn't able to get back before the poison started taking effect. And not a single person was there to help him.
Welcome from YouTube, Dark Magician. Welcome.
That night, while I was sleeping, I heard a voice telling me to go save him. I opened my eyes, but I couldn't find the source of the voice. I thought maybe I was just hearing things, but I went to look for him anyway. Luckily, I got there with enough time to save his life. That feeling of being haunted, of hearing voices, it's happened many times in the House of the Hearth. I'm sure you've noticed.
I like her design, I'll say. I like her in-game model. It's still NPC, obviously, but it looks like it's a bit more attention to... It's not the default kid NPC.
So what you're saying is... that was her? She was the one who spoke to you that night?
Unless there are other spirits roaming around the House of the Hearth, I don't think there's any other possibility. If Clairvy were our enemy, it wouldn't matter whether she was a spirit or an actual child. I would have acted without a second thought, because that's what Father ordered us to do. But she's been living with us, helping us from the shadows all this time. I think that makes her family. I couldn't just hand her over to be dealt with. Not when there's so much we still don't know.
So what's your plan then? You can't keep her here forever. Someone is bound to find out eventually.
I haven't thought that far yet. I don't want to disobey an order from Father, but I also don't want to put Clairvy in danger.
Come with me. There are a couple things I'd like to say to you in private.
Dang, I like Big Brother Linny. He's got a good stern voice. Oh, yeah, weren't we gonna give them some space, but we just like listened in the whole time. Uh-oh.
Those two sure care a lot about each other.
Ooh, feminine trouble.
Well, they got a funny way of showing it. From where Paimon was floating, it sure seemed like they were about to bite each other's heads off.
Jat, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome, thank you.
No way! They have a really deep bond. I could tell right away, because I also have a friend like that.
Oh no.
I just don't know how long that kind of bond can last.
Man, I wonder why they showed the animation before the quest. Because you already know what she's talking about.
The darkness in the house runs deeper than you can imagine. No one can get out alive.
I'm sorry, Lenny. I really didn't mean to drag anyone else into this.
Yeah, bond of bond of life.
Oh, really? You didn't mean to? 'Cause I, for one, wish you did.
Oh! Huh? What do you mean?
You know, when we were younger, you didn't call me Linny. You called me brother, just like Lynette.
Oh, that hits. I remember when my sister called me, she always called me sister, and then eventually started calling me by my real name. And I was happy for it at the time, but looking back, I cherish those times. She called me sister.
We grew up together, the three of us. We were all orphans, all rescued by father. Of all the siblings in the House of the Hearth, I think our bond was the closest. Later on, when you started calling me Linny, I wasn't actually surprised. After all, Lynette and I are related by blood. We've had to depend on each other to survive long before we joined the house.
Lenny,
The darkest and most difficult moments of my life happened before you and I had ever met. I'm sure that's true for you as well. Even so, Fremine, we've stood by each other for all these years now, and to me, that means more than blood. You and Lynette are the most important people in my life. No one can replace you. So I won't let you face anything alone. Not if I can help it.
Wow, Linny's voice actor's so good.
Oh, looks like things are getting kinda heated between Linny and Fremine. Maybe we should go check on them.
Linny's hair looked pink over there.
It's raining. I should put my clothes away.
You know, I have mixed feelings because they did like spoil. Oh, goodbye. Oh, hello. The Perry.
Looks like she's not here either.
It did spoil some of the mystery, but at the same time, I think.
It's time to eat.
Oh, it's fire. What is that? Lasagna? I think sometimes having, like, knowing what's coming can, like, help you appreciate it more in the process, like, in the moment, rather than just after the fact. So.
Hey, you two!
Perry!
Hope we aren't interrupting anything.
Yeah.
Like a fight, or...
Yes, context makes for a new perspective.
Oh, wait a minute, Fremine. You're not crying, are you? Is everything all right?
Everything's fine. Thanks for asking.
Well, we're all friends here, right? We've been through so much together, so if there's anything we can do to help, just say the word.
Simply Frog, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it.
It's just a small family dispute. It's not something our guests should trouble themselves with. In fact, it might be better if your stay ended here.
Oh, but sometimes having guests around can come in handy.
What are you getting at, Traveler?
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior. And
True.
Any disputes are less likely to escalate.
True.
That's what you're trying to say, isn't it?
Yes, it's like when you ask your mom if your friend can sleep over. you have to have the friend with you, so that mom is more likely to say yes. Yes, that is very clever.
I just... Thank you.
It's smart.
I was really hoping to keep you out of it. But even if I could think of some other reason to turn you away, I'm not sure I could convince you. I know things could turn dangerous, so I promise you this. From now on, I'll protect you like my life depends on it.
Oh gosh. Ominous.
Me too.
If you know you're gonna get in trouble for something, you gotta try and get the friend to stay the night.
Well, back to the matter at hand then. If we don't plan on handing Clairy over to Father, then our only other option is to solve the mystery of her identity before Father is able to track her down. That means finding out where she came from and what she's doing here. Then we can send her on her merry way and pretend like none of this ever happened.
Hoyo seems to care more about how the plotline was perceived than the gasp plot twist factor of the quest. They wanted to make sure people get it. Yeah, I can definitely see the value of that, especially because a lot of times it's the opposite, where Hoyo quests, it's a lot of like indication that you should care about something, and a lot of like half pieces of information that you can't, that it doesn't really ever come together until the very end. So a lot of times you're like, you have to like kind of labor through the first 75% of the quest, and then the last 25% is where all the payoff is, which isn't, it's not necessarily wrong or bad all the time, but a quest should be enjoyable and like emotionally gripping to some degree throughout the entire quest, like similar to a movie. A movie shouldn't have all delayed gratification. So I could definitely see, I can appreciate this as being like a alternative to how quests often go, which is like you're kind of just putting together pieces in confusion, and then at the end you get the last like piece of information that makes it all come together, and then it matters. So I guess I'm not 100% opposed to getting the backstory first, and now the like we the audience are the only person in this group who knows who Clairy is. So not every quest needs to be a mystery. To us, this is actually the opposite. It's a mystery to them, and we know. So, oh yeah, Sumeru Act 2. True. We knew that it was a samsara, or that there was like repetition going on, and the traveler was trying to figure it out. So I can appreciate not being like I already care about Clairy because I know who she is to Arlecchino, and I'm anticipating them reuniting and like interacting again. So yeah, I guess if it's, they didn't spoil it. They intentionally gave us that information beforehand. So it's non-linear, true. Well, technically it is linear because we saw the past and now we're seeing the present. If it wouldn't, it's not spoiling if they did it on purpose. Yeah. So now we can just enjoy it with extra information. Linear.
I've tried that already.
And?
And nothing. I tried taking her somewhere really far away, but after some time, she just reappeared. She even came with us all the way to Poisson. It seems like wherever the house is, she follows.
I don't know much about spirits. Do you two have any ideas?
Let's see here. Paimon remembers hearing something like, if you fulfill a spirit's last wish before they died, they'll let go of whatever's keeping them here and return to the ley lines. Oh, it's just that Paimon doesn't really remember where she heard that, so it's not guaranteed to work or anything.
You fulfill a ghost's last wish. Is that from a world quest? Oh, Rue, right? Oh, right in quest. Right in quest? Right in quest first one or the second one? Hutao story quest. Hutao A and Ru. Right in second story quest. Oh, yeah. So I guess it's happened a lot, actually. Real life. I guess that's been a repetition. Never been repeated before. Surely not the Taco quest. It's, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, sounds like it's worth a shot. Guess that means we should go ask her about her wish. But first, Fremine, I need you to promise me something.
That's when Inazuma was still in his flop era.
What is it?
I need you to promise me that this will stay between the two of us. We're the masterminds behind this whole thing. No one else gets involved. Can you do that for me?
Of course. I promise.
All right. Then let's seal the promise just like when we were kids. Fist bump on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Show us.
I swear.
Oh, Lynette. Ah. She's too sneaky. She's too sneaky.
Whoa.
I need this picture. I need to save it and treasure it. That has so many use cases. Wait. So many use cases. Fist bump. What is it? I request the highest of 5s. Okay, there. Taking 3 screenshots. That should do it.
Lynette!
Nothing gets past her.
But what a surprise. What brings you here, dear sister?
Didn't want to be left out.
And, when exactly did you get here?
The bumps on the shoulder. That's so cute. Are they freaking doing the...
You're an idiot, brother.
They just freaking imitated the dolly zoom.
And you too, Fremine.
And me too.
You 3, Traveler. And you 4, Paimon.
Ah! Wow, okay. I really feel like a sibling now. That's true. You do insult your siblings like that.
Wait, what did we do?
I've seen Clairy around the House of the Hearth before.
I'm an
I
idiot.
hadn't seen her in Poisson, so I figured she must not have come with us. But it turns out, you were just hiding her.
Oh.
I heard you talking about your plan. Rather than steering clear of the situation, I'd rather fully join in.
Respect.
If you don't agree, I'll have no choice but to report everything back to Father. Simple as that.
You're not giving us much wiggle room here, Lynette. Well, I guess we're all in this together then.
I love that.
After we talk to Clairy, we'll figure out our next move. There's no time to lose. Let's go.
Yay! Yay! All 3 of them.
I'm full. Thank you for bringing me this food, you guys.
Did you even eat it?
She said she's full, but the food doesn't look like it's even been touched.
It's a spirit. She can't actually eat. Idiot.
That's right. Based on what I've been able to observe, it doesn't seem like Clairvy can interact with the physical world at all. Still, when she's presented with food, she'll always linger around it for a good little while. Maybe, in her mind, she really is eating those things.
Does she know that she has already passed away?
Probably not.
I've tried to ask her, but she didn't answer. My guess is that she's just as confused as we are. Or maybe she couldn't understand the question at all.
Clairvy, if you've got some time, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Sure. Oh, another new friend. Hi, I'm Clairy.
Hello.
Hello.
Clairy, how did you join the House of the Hearth?
Huh? Isn't it the same for everybody? The Nave brings you here and then you can't leave.
It's just that your name, it's not on the roster. And I've never seen you before.
The roster? Oh, I get it now. I think there might be some things you don't know about this place. The people in charge, they're not as nice as they look. They say they keep a roster, but it's not complete. There are a lot of people who aren't on it, and never will be. In this house, some people are family, and other people are just test subjects. Those kinds of people aren't ever going to get a place on the roster, unless it's the roster of people who've been executed.
Wait, does that mean the Nave... She...
Is there anyone that can vouch for you?
Perry. She's my best friend. She's the only one I trust in this place.
Have either of you heard of that name before?
No.
Wow, so they don't know that about her history either.
Me neither.
Clairy, Perry. Neither of those names are on the roster. But it seems like she's telling the truth. Either that, or this kid's already got a bag of tricks bigger than mine. Maybe we should try a different approach. Clairy, do you have a wish?
A wish?
It can be anything you want. Just imagine. It's your birthday, you're blowing out the candles, and your wish is...
To go outside. Where the sun can find me.
That's... it? Well, that sounds easy enough.
The darkness in the house runs deeper than you can imagine. No one can get out alive.
Okay, time to divide and conquer. Listen up. I've got a plan. I'll try and find a way to use basic illusory magic to take Clairy outside and bring her somewhere with sunlight. Lynette, try and find the list of executions that Clairy was talking about, and see if her name is on it.
Oh gosh.
Fremine, you stay in Poisson. We can't be the only ones who've had run-ins with Clairy. I need you to collect intel on everything she's said and done.
Understood.
I'll try my best.
What about us? What should we do?
Stay with her a bit.
I really appreciate your willingness to help, but this is a family matter. I don't want to drag you in too deep. It's too risky.
But I'm the main character.
Let me think. Since Father considers you to be guests, maybe you could stick by her side for a little while.
Yeah, I would distract
her. You don't
her.
need to do anything except keep up some nice, casual conversation.
Ah, Paimon gets it. You want us to distract her.
I'll give you a magic bird. If Father suspects something, all you need to do is release it when she's not looking, and it'll alert me that something's wrong.
That's a cute guy.
Of course, that's only as a last resort. If Father doesn't seem to notice us, there's no need to make contact. We'll reconvene here tonight after all's said and done. If the worst-case scenario happens and we're discovered, just tell Father everything. We're not going to let our guests get punished for our own actions. That's where we draw the line. You too. Okay, this is where we part. Father should be at the beach nearby.
Okay.
I really hope this goes well. No, it has to go well. That's the only way this can get resolved.
Yeah, I'm sure my feelings are not going to change, but I'm glad. I can already say I'm glad that we had the backstory already of Clairy and Arlecchino before she's Arlecchino, because in place of the like confusion and putting together the puzzle pieces, what we have instead is anticipation, and we have like hope and like happiness that they're taking care of her, and we're like, it's building up to when Father actually does find her and like what that interaction is going to be. I feel that's cope. No, it's really not, because this is a complaint that I've had about Genshin quests, and I think lots of people have, that they feel confusing and long. They feel confusing and long, and a lot of the payoff is reserved to the very end, as opposed to being a at least somewhat digestible story. Like, not every quest needs to be a mystery. So, it's a very clear, intentional storytelling. They did not do this on accident. They gave us information about Clairy on purpose. So instead of feeling like we're trying to figure it out with the characters, we feel invested already. But yeah, I guess I'll see if my opinion changes, but at least right now I'm grateful to be in the know. I like being in the know.
I'd like to take you somewhere. Is that okay with you?
Sure. Where are we going?
Okay. So now, Operation Distract Papa. Yeah, essentially every quest is a mystery of some kind. Like, we're trying to answer some question and rid ourselves of some kind of confusion. Put together a puzzle. And that's very clearly the only mystery, I suppose, is like, at least for right now, is why is she here? Like, why is her ghost haunting House of the Hearth? Is that freaking Childe? There he is. Hoyo's favorite. With Hoyo's new favorite.
It's the Nave and Childe. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in Snezhnaya recuperating? What are you still doing in Fontaine?
Oh, it's you two. I didn't expect to run into you here.
I did expect to run into here, honestly.
I was unconscious for quite a while after the fight in the Primordial Sea. After I woke up, I realized I was being taken back to Snezhnaya, and well, I couldn't have that now, could I? Not when I've still got unfinished business here in Fontaine. So, I mustered up all my strength and made the journey back on my own.
What sort of unfinished business are we talking here?
It has to do with Skirk, my master. I really wanted to meet up with her, but by the time I got back, she had already left.
Does Childe normally have this, like, cape thing? Is that part of his normal design?
I still have so many questions for her.
It is,
Without
right?
any other leads, all I could do was ask the Nave to help me track her down. She must have left behind some traces from her time in Fontaine.
I'm a chronic Childe skipper, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, okay. So, have you found any clues?
Unfortunately, no. While the House of the Hearth is adept at collecting all manner of intelligence, certain existences can still manage to escape our purview.
Don't we still have his vision? Oh yeah, don't we?
Basically, unless Master feels there's a need to meet with me, she's not going to be found.
Do you want it back?
But that problem has an easy fix. I just need to become stronger, and then...
Classic.
Paimon thinks you should focus
Oh no,
on
we gave it to
getting
him.
better first.
The worst of it is over.
I forgot.
It's all thanks to that one kid from the House of the Hearth. Elwar, I think her name was. She gave me a bunch of random potions to drink. They didn't go down easy, let me tell you. Pain and chills all over.
Oh no.
But they really did help speed up my recovery.
Yeah?
And that's good,
sure?
because it looks like I really do have to head back this time. The old man's been putting the pressure on me. He sent someone to tell me I'm needed for some sort of project.
Ooh.
Project Stuja?
Tell us more.
That's the one. I heard Regraders involved too. I'm not looking forward to having to listen to all his monologuing, that's for sure. Hey, maybe you could think of a way for me to stay in Fontaine for a little longer.
Oh.
Helping Linny and the others brush up on their fighting skills would be far more interesting. If you and I could spar, that would be even better. I've been waiting for a chance to see you go all out.
And what a sweet little daydream that is.
Is that?
But I also have a role to play in all this. I'll be leaving Fontaine shortly as well. Besides, considering how little they see fit to step outside the homeland, being called on to return to Snezhnaya by such illustrious dignitaries, what a great honor. Wouldn't you agree?
One I could do without, I'd say.
What?
Is it just Paimon? Or does it kind of seem like they're...
Just casually trash-talking their colleagues behind their backs.
So, dear guests of the House of the Hearth, to what do I owe the visit?
Just hanging out.
Well, we just...
Wanted to learn more about you.
Right! We're super close to Linny and the others, but we still don't know much about you!
Is that so? Introductions have already been made, have they not?
Yeah. I guess.
Oh, well, you see? There's only so much you can learn about someone from a short introduction. At least tell us something a little extra, like, why do you call yourself father?
Well, you see, I grew up in this horrific child abuse orphanage, and my mother was so horrible that she literally made me kill all of my siblings and then kill my best friend, and then I had to kill her. So I didn't want to be a mother, so I became father. You know, just a tiny little detail. Just a little detail about my life.
Huh, good question. I'd also like to know.
Child doesn't know either?
The fact that you have to ask tells me our intelligence work has been quite successful. Telling you the answer to that question would only serve to undermine that success. And we can't have that. Now can we?
Oh. Dang it.
Spoken like a true diplomat. That was some expert sidestepping right there.
Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'll take my leave. I still have a small matter to resolve at home.
Well, good thing I already know, because I watched the animation.
Wait, don't go!
We're laying it on thick. She's gonna know. Should I release the bird? No, we should ask her about the House of the Hearth. What does the organization mean to you?
I'd also like to hear the answer to this. I've met some of the members of your organization, and they all seemed like really good kids. They actually reminded me of Tonya and Tusser.
You're telling me you've never asked her? You never asked her why she runs an orphanage and why she uses father instead of mother? You know what? I'm curious what they do.
Which, by the way, if you ever betray them, I'm just letting you know, I won't let you off easy.
Oh. Okay, aggression.
And why would I betray them?
Well, you've already betrayed the House of the Hearth once, haven't you?
My gosh.
At least, that's what I heard.
You fool. Or maybe he's baiting her into giving more information.
Okay, I admit. That's just what the old man told me. The rooster, I mean.
The Nave betrayed the House of the Hearth. So does this mean that Clairy said was true? Does the Nave really treat her children like test subjects?
Wait, did you really do something bad to those kids?
Oh gosh.
Never mind what I've done. I'm more curious as to what the mighty rooster had to say. Care to enlighten me?
Yeah, because he would know the truth.
Well, nothing much. Just some stuff about you taking out many other members of the House of the Hearth, and even going so far to attack your own family.
What's this defamation? This is libel, okay? It wasn't like that.
I see.
Oh, based on your reaction, I'm guessing it's all a bunch of lies.
Hardly. I don't appreciate his particular turns of phrase, but I suppose he didn't say anything untrue.
girl, fight back. They're speaking poorly on your name.
Although, it would be more accurate to say that there is a certain level of prejudice involved. But I don't intend to clear that up just yet. Prejudice has a funny way of concealing the real truth behind certain things. An attribute that I find to be quite advantageous. Call yourself a Fontanian, for example, and people will assume all sorts of things, when the real truth is that this is simply the land where I was raised.
Yeah, we know about that.
Huh? You're not actually from Fontaine? But then why did you try to help out with the prophecy and everything?
Well, I knew for sure when she couldn't dolphin out of the water.
I was trying to protect the children born in Fontaine. Claiming that I myself was a Fontanian simply made it easier to operate. People would hardly suspect a fellow Fontanian of having any ulterior motives. Who wouldn't want to save their homeland after all? The primordial sea wouldn't have any effect on me, but it would have caused great harm to the House of the Hearth. Well, you wanted extra information, didn't you? There you go. I hope that satisfied your curiosity.
It did. She probably only revealed that other secret in order to change the subject. She's avoiding trying to talk about her. She's avoiding talking about her past.
So, you stayed in Fontaine for the kids. I guess I was wrong to believe you'd betray them. Apologies. Looks like I was holding on to some prejudices myself.
Good. Like I said, I like it when others have misconceptions of me.
I'm saving this as well. So I will find use for that as well. Before the animation came out, we already knew that the House of the Hearth was like a super inhumane place. And that, like, we knew about this a long time ago. So there's no mystery that would have been preserved if we hadn't seen the animation before this. We already knew that she, like, overthrew the previous House of the Hearth. That's not a surprise.
Actually, while I was recuperating at the House of the Hearth, there was something else that really caught my attention. I heard that members always resolve disputes and arguments with a friendly spar, and the loser has to back down. Seems pretty cool if you ask me. Would also give them plenty of opportunities to hone their skills.
Well, that's only a recent development. In the past, such spars weren't nearly so friendly. The losing party would lose everything, including their life.
They were that high stakes? Whew, at least that's not a thing anymore.
Well, the current atmosphere's not half bad. I'm a bit jealous, actually.
Not bad.
You've got so many family members around you, and you even get to live with them.
Having a lot of family around means dealing with a considerable amount of bickering and scheming. Once Tonya and Tusser enter their rebellious phase, I'm sure you'll understand. Just imagine. Tusser becomes obsessed with plucking out strands from the rooster's mustache, or Tonya decides to dye her hair 42 different colors.
Yes, Lee.
Okay. I get the picture.
Oh, I want to hear the stories. You find yourself grateful to Childe for buying you more time.
Well, would you look at the time? I should probably get going. Traveler, Paimon, I'm not sure where our paths will cross next, but the next time we run into each other, we should definitely try and find some time to spar.
Okay, buddy.
Again, maybe this is a conversation we can have when you look less like you're gonna kill over.
All right. Well, thanks for everything, Arlecchino.
No thanks necessary. You also played a part in obtaining the Gnosis. I would say we can call ourselves even.
I like the sound of that. Well, I'm off. See you all some other time.
Bye. Please hop into the water. Oh, that would have been so funny.
We should probably get going too. Do you want to head back with us?
Oh? You want me to leave so soon?
Oh, well, you see...
He saved us.
I'm rather enjoying the evening breeze. If you don't mind, I think I'll stick around for a bit. I have some things to think about. Apologies for not attending to you like a proper host. Please forgive this slight. I do hope you'll have a pleasant stay.
Ugh, her design is so beautiful to look at. It's so intricate, and I love her hands. Love her hands.
We managed to keep her distracted until nightfall. Good thing Childe was there to keep the conversation going. You don't think she suspected anything, do you? Oh.
I'm right behind me, aren't I?
Oh, you decided to stay a little longer. Let's take in the ocean view together, then.
Wow, that's nice. That's nice. I love her pants. Me too. The little flare is great. Trust nobody, not even yourself. Yeah, the ruffles on her, on the bottom of her pants, plus the insanely high heel. That is madness. That's like models wear for 30 seconds on the runway, and then you take them off immediately. Those are heels that you wear when you don't have to walk. You have to walk to and from the restaurant, and you spend most of the night sitting. Those shoes are not made for walking.
Winnie, how did everything go?
Well, long story short, we ran into a small issue. Clairy can't go into the sunlight.
¿Por qué?
Everything was fine at first. She followed me up to the surface just like I told her. But as I led her out of the shadows and into the sunlight, she vanished.
Oh.
I turned around and there she was, standing at the edge of the shadows, silently watching me.
Interesting.
Huh. Maybe she's afraid of sunlight,
God.
or... No, it wouldn't be her wish if that were the case. Well, we could always try pushing her into it.
Not sure pushing works on a non-corporal being.
Oh, true.
I've pretty much tried it all already. Nothing worked. Eventually, the sun went down, so all I could do was bring her back here. How did it go with you, Lynette?
So her wish is not... It's not a literal wish. It's something else.
Good. I've got the list. It's right here.
Really? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's take a look! Oh, that's a lot of pages. Oh, it's gonna take forever to get through it all.
We can each take a section. Here.
What are siblings for?
La Pouillade, Landois, Chambel, Aurore.
I've seen these NPCs 10 million times. They all look the same to me.
Oh, yikes. That Aurore guy has a huge scar on his face. He's kinda giving Paimon the creeps.
Horror.
Ah, I've met him before. The scar is from an injury he received during a mission. I still remember him joking with me about it. He said any future lover would take one look at him and then lose all interest.
No way. Face scars are cool.
Did he say anything else?
Well, I asked if there was someone he was interested in. He said no, and that's where our conversation ended. It was only later that I learned he really did have someone he liked. He risked everything to escape so he could be with her, but it didn't work. One day, Father asked to see him, and, well, I never saw him again after that.
Oh.
Wait, so that means the Nave, she...
It may seem cruel, but it's just one of the rules of the house.
I'm sure she had a reason.
Betrayal is not to be taken lightly.
Oh, yeah.
We know too many secrets to come and go as we please. So,
oh my gosh.
if you do try to leave, you pay with your life.
That's rough. Solemn atmosphere. Okay.
Her name's not here, huh? Well, that's not too surprising. It doesn't seem like this list is complete. It only contains records dating back around 5 years.
That's only 5 years? That's like that's like 100 pages of people who got executed. My gosh, what is the turnover rate at the House of the Hearth?
Let's shift our attention then. Fremine, were you able to find anything out?
Oh, there's 4 stacks. That's like 400, 500 pages.
Fremine.
Oh.
Sorry. I was thinking about something. I managed to talk to quite a few people, but I couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere in the house was a little strange.
Strange?
Yeah, I mean, I know there have been arguments in the past, times when people haven't gotten along. Chaplot and Filiol are a good example of that.
Filiol.
Oh, those
I've
are two
never
of
heard
the
that name.
people that we met while delivering supplies. Paimon can see how they might not get along. They had very different vibes, and their, interests seem to be pretty different as well.
That's to be expected, actually. Father brought us all here, shared her knowledge with us, taught us how to fight. That's one thing we all share. But that's also where the similarities end. Not all of us feel the same desire to stay here. As members of the House of the Hearth, we're also considered part of the Fatui. And to a lot of people, that's an identity they never asked for. Certain members get older and realize they want something else for themselves. But considering the rules of the house, most people would never say that out loud. People like Chaplot and Foltz are loyal to Father and her vision. They're proud to be part of the Fatui. Filiol and Nantoy, on the other hand, well, they aren't quite as enthusiastic.
These kinds of conflicts have always been there. It's not like Father is in the dark about any of this.
Well, that's true. But it just feels like things have gotten worse lately. Filiol and the others, it seemed like they were meeting in secret to talk about something. I can't say for sure, but I think they've met Clairy.
You think she's been inciting them to act out?
No, not exactly. But I wouldn't be surprised if she said something to them about the darkness in the house and how deep it runs.
Oh, see. She's unintentionally inciting people to question the Nave.
She's told me about it before. Experiments being run on children. People being used as pawns on the battlefield without so much as the strength to survive.
And they just believed all that? Without any evidence?
Clairvy's words probably gave them the excuse they were looking for. Whether they actually believe them to be true is secondary.
This is all because of Project Stoua, isn't it?
Stoua.
Whoa, hold on a second. What's this Project Stoua all about, huh?
Stoua.
This is the second time it's come up now.
Sorry, but I'm not sure of the details either. I only know what Father has told us, which is that it's something the Rooster and Regrader have been working on together. Apparently, it has to do with the Fatui's strategic plan for the future. Because the House of the Hearth was so successful in obtaining the Gnosis, we now have the honor of playing a key role in Project Stoua.
Wait, but isn't that a good thing?
Key role is just another way of saying dangerous role. To us, the whole thing is an inconvenience. Father thinks so too, but she's in no position to refuse. Their plan isn't exactly unreasonable, and they've been funneling the house a lot of funding.
Okay.
It's just that...
Please, I want to know what it is.
We'll lose a lot of members in the process. Participating in the plan, it's an honor in name only. What they're really trying to do is subdue us. The existence of an intelligence organization outside their control makes them feel uneasy.
I see. Looks like the Fatui are plotting something big, but given how little Linny and the others seem to know about it, I probably won't be able to learn much. Okay. Should keep a sharp eye out during any future dealings with the Fatui to see what I can learn.
Okay, super complicated top secret Fatui business aside, what does all of this have to do with the conflicts you were talking about earlier? Paimon doesn't get the connection.
Stuja means cold. Oh, thank you. Project
External
Cold.
pressure has a way of exacerbating internal strife.
Nice.
You can't overlook the power of fear either. People are afraid of dying. And that fear is often the impetus for a lot of stupid decisions. I thought resolving the Clairy situation would make everything go back to normal. But it looks like things are more complicated than I thought. If we leave Filiol and the others to their own devices, sooner or later, Father will be forced to take action.
We can only focus on one situation at a time, brother.
You're right. Even if we confront Filial and the others, it won't do any good. It might even make matters worse. We should focus on Clairvy for now. Well, it's getting late. We should head back and get some rest. We'll try again first thing tomorrow. Lynette, you stick with me this time. Fremine, keep a close eye on Filial and the others. Make sure they don't do anything they'll regret. Good work today, everyone. Have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I feel like we're getting a lot of good new information in this about the Fatui and their plans. And we don't necessarily know how Clairvy is going to, like, fit into that storyline. Well, we see what she's doing now. We don't necessarily know how it's going to unfold, or I don't at this point. So, at least for now, I feel there's more than enough mystery that I didn't need. I do not wish to amend my statement. There's a lot of moving parts. Yes, there is.
Oh, I'm always looking forward to an early night, but she can't sleep at all. Hey, you don't think the Nave will be too angry with Linny and everyone if she finds out about all this, do you? She's even scary when she smiles. If she were to actually get angry... Ooh, you have to protect Paimon if that happens, okay, Traveler?
I really like when Paimon talks like that. When she doesn't always have to be like yelling and stuff. I'm also afraid of her. You can just hide behind me.
Trust is ever, Traveler.
There she goes. Lily, one of my mods responded to you already, but I will tell you directly. If I had unlimited friend, if Genshin did not limit me to 50 friend requests, I would literally accept every friend request that I got. But unfortunately, my friend request is literally always full. So your friend request probably did not even go through because I already have 50 friend requests. So if someday Genshin uncaps friend of your friends list, I will literally accept every single one. But I cannot accept any more friends. That's alright.
Look over there.
Clairvy?
Quick, let's catch up with her before anyone sees.
Next patch limit goes up to 100. Okay, well, we'll come back when Nick, come back then. We gotta run. Move it, Kava. Yeah, you have to be frame 1 friend request. Wait, is she up? Am I dumb? Where? Oh yeah, she did go up. I was supposed to go up the stairs. Let's see. I'm not that fast. I'm more like that 999 ping. Oh, you know what? Yeah, yes. If there's someone asks about my Arlecchino build, obviously I have her signature, which certainly, helps a little bit. I'm using gladiators, 4-piece glad, because apparently just a base set alone It's only like a 5% increase from Gladiators to the Bond of Life set. I do want to farm Bond of Life because it is a new mechanic that probably will be used for future characters, wink wink. So I have been farming it, but I'm not like urgently trying to replace these because obviously most of us have decent glad pieces. Here's the stats. I have a lot of crit rate. A lot of crit rate on this build, which is good. You know, she be critting. I would like to get the crit damage higher, but yeah, I'm good for now. And then I'll switch her over if I manage to get a lot of good Bond of Life pieces. I'll switch her over, and then I may end up giving it to someone else in the future. And the talent's 855. Oh, I suppose I could level these up again. At least that. Yeah. I usually run this team. Or Zhongli, depending on how hard the enemy hits. I just finished you watching you lose your mind to get Arle. Were you entertained? Because I was entertained. Okay. Slow down, child. Cool it. Come back here. I've seen people use echoes.
Where is she going? Or if someone sees her, we're toast.
If you have under 30 ping, you can use the echo 4-piece set. Otherwise, the 2-piece set is also good. You can pretty much use any like attack percent. Her build is like her like stat requirements are pretty straightforward DPS wise, except the Bond of Life mechanic. So it's either like you go 4-piece Bond of Life, whatever the set is called.
She stopped.
Or you can do, I've seen people also do 4-piece Shiminawa, but I don't think, unless your stats are crazy, I don't think it's better than 4-piece Gladiator. Because you run into like the ult reduction. And her ult, you know, it's not like super necessary, but when you need it and you don't have it, you could end up like, she is very squishy. So if you have C1, you could probably do the Shiminawa 4-piece set if you have really good stats, which, considering how many of us spent a year's worth of resin farming the emblem set for every character in the universe who uses it, you probably do. But at worst case, you could use 2-piece. Yeah, it's not really worth it compared to Gladiator's set.
Clairy?
It's better damage, but it only lasts 10 seconds. Yeah, and her attacks her pyro-infused attacks go for a lot longer than 10 seconds, so you're better off with Gladiator. But you could use 2-piece Shim, 2-piece Glad, 2-piece Echo until you have the 4-piece of either Glad or Bond of Life set.
I opened the window while no one was looking. Look how pretty the outside is.
Window?
If only I could have more than this.
Oh, so she's still inside in her mind.
You probably think I'm being silly, huh? All this hopeless resisting. It's better to dream of what I could have than try to make it a reality, right? Please, help us get on the same page here, Clairy. We need you to tell us what you know. Can you do that? Sure. Although, after you hear all this, I think you might regret that decision. Everyone in this family is nothing more than a tool. Something to be used and exploited. We're all expendable. Including me.
That's crazy.
As long as you're useful, you get to stick around. Lose your value. You're handed over to the doctor, experimented on, and given a fate worse than death. I've seen it happen again and again, and I've had enough. You're saying the Nave did all that?
Wow.
It's just, that doesn't seem like something she would do. She's scary and all, but it seems like even she has lines she wouldn't cross. I knew you wouldn't believe me.
No.
Everyone thinks she's a good person. They all think of her like a real mother.
Please catch that. Please catch that.
Mother?
Yes.
But she doesn't deserve that title. She's disgraced it and tarnished it. And if I had things my way, I'd never see her again. If only Perry were here, she'd understand.
Harry. There's that name again.
I really hope they don't try to redeem Dottore. There's no way that he's a villain. I hope he is a villain, he stays a villain, and I would like maybe like a playable villain, but based on his model, I really don't think he's gonna be playable.
Also, Paimon's getting a strange feeling.
His model is like just okay.
It almost feels like she's not really here with us. Paimon can't tell if she's actually talking to us or if she's mistaken us for someone else.
She's a spirit, it could be anything.
Well, in any case, it seems like she really needs someone to talk to. We should keep her company for a little longer. She looks so young, but it seems like she's been through a lot.
It's getting windy. I should close the window. Ooh, look at the moon. Isn't it pretty? Hey, wanna hear a secret? I heard that if you look up at the night sky in Snezhnaya, you can see the aurora. It's supposed to be super pretty. Even prettier than the moon tonight. Perry and I promised each other that once we're older, we're gonna go see it together. But I can't find her. I'm worried she's also been... No, that wouldn't happen to her. She's special. Mother likes her a lot. We should really go talk to Mother, but we just fought. She doesn't want to see me, and I'm too scared to face her.
It's not what you think, Clairy.
What should I do?
I really need to read more about the moon lore.
Paimon really doesn't understand what's going on with her. Well, let's head back. We've got an early morning tomorrow.
All right, looks like we're all here. Let's go ahead with the plan.
Yeah, the only way... I personally don't think that Dottore is going to be playable. Because at least his face, like, I was pretty underwhelmed with his model. The only way that I could see Dottore, it would have to be another segment. Like, it couldn't be exactly the same as Scaramouche, but it'd have to be like a good segment that we didn't know about. But yeah, I think current Dr. Dottore will not be playable. If we're following the patterns, Genshin does not allow characters to become playable until in some way, shape, or form, like, the good outweighs the bad. Or they're, like, stripped of their evil nature, essentially. So I highly doubt that Dr. Dottore is going to ever be playable. Nahida's thing was no more copies. It was. But I don't know that I would necessarily take his word for it. So, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't mind if he wasn't playable personally. They'd have to really sell, for me, they'd have to really sell me on the, like, good segment. But I have to imagine that there is my guess is that there would be a good, another segment of him if he does become playable. He's kind of betrayed Scaramouche on the Harbinger. What about Childe? When was he deemed? Guy almost nuked Leeway. Yeah, I wouldn't say his character was, like, redeemed. He's probably, like, the closest to a morally gray character. I would say Arlecchino. I don't know enough about her to say one way or another, but he's also just, like, really likable. He's like a well-intentioned crazy person. He's not like cruel, at least from what I can tell. Like Genshin has not really presented him as a villain. They have presented Dottore as a villain from day one. So I guess that's the difference. I would beg to argue Dottore is a bit worse than Childe. Yeah, just a bit. Nahida felt his segments vanish. Well, then in that case, I would say it's very unlikely that he would become playable. He's also being manipulated. Yeah. So he's like... Childe's like been manipulated and used. And like brainwashed to some degree. So there's like a little bit of empathy that could be applied there. It could be that Dottore creates another segment. And that segment is like not what he wanted it to be. Like I don't know exactly how that would work, but I'm not like super knowledgeable about that lore there. That would be maybe the best guess. Dottore said that it would take time to remake the amount of segments he erased, didn't he? He did say something like that. Good Toray. Yeah, he'd have to be a really dynamic character. So I don't think it's impossible, but we'll see. It'd be down for a Dottore segment to become playable and reject his origins and live his own life. Yeah, it would be very similar to like the Scaramouche storyline. Maybe with like I don't know. I'm not saying Genshin can't do it. I think they could do it. I think they could do it. I think they could sell me on that. But, you know, I'm lacking information for now. So. All right, let's resume the quest.
Oh? What is it?
Have the Nave and the Doctor ever worked together?
What makes you ask that?
Well, we kinda ran into Clairy last night, and that's what she told us. We met the Doctor back in Sumeru. He's super dangerous, and he's done all sorts of bad things.
It's possible that Father and the Doctor have had certain dealings, but I don't think Father would work with him.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
We're not really on the same side, so there's not a lot of trust between them. That doesn't exactly set the stage for a successful partnership. I did hear, though, that when Father first became a Harbinger, the Doctor offered to work with the House of the Hearth. Father rejected most of his proposals, except for one.
Oh,
it had to do with some sort of secret experiment.
Secret experiment? Could that be what Clairy was talking about?
Yeah, I'm sure he did want to work with him, with her.
So.
I don't know any details about the experiment itself, but I do know it's an entirely independent operation. The Doctor only proposed a direction for the research. That was the extent of his involvement. I still don't think that counts as working together. The details of the experiment are confidential, but complete records are kept on all participants. That doesn't seem to be the case with the situation Clairy referred to. I know you don't agree with some of the Fatui's methods, and I'm not asking you to. But I am asking you to trust us on this. The House of the Hearth has its own principles. There are certain lines we're not willing to cross.
Their hands on their heart.
Alright, that's good to hear at least. Clairy seems to think the Nave and the Doctor worked together to do something horrible. If that turned out to be true, Paimon doesn't know how he would even face you guys. It's just that it doesn't seem like Clairy is lying either. The easiest thing to do would be just ask the Nave directly, but Paimon doesn't think she'd tell us.
Let's focus on the plan for now.
Father didn't come back last night. She's probably still near the shore. We'll be counting on you to distract her.
Again?
Lynette, you're with me. Fremine, you know what to do. Be on your guard, everyone. All right, let's get to it.
I mean, even the House of the Hearth, as it is now, is like, at least with the information that we have at this point in the quest, it definitely falls under the morally gray area, because yes, Arlecchino is adopting kids.
Staring into my eyes, it's...
Hush. Sorry. Please be quiet. I'm talking about you. She is adopting them and giving them a home. And no, she's not like making them spar against each other to the death to create like a champion. However, they can't leave, and they have to be a part of the Fatui, and they have to do the Fatui work once they're able to. So it's like definitely, you know, that's not all flowers and roses.
Where are we going today?
Like she's still, she's still raising kid
Let's
soldiers.
try somewhere further away this time.
Just a little bit more ethically than her previous. Where did Fremini go? I forgot. Yeah. She's very stern. I mean, we've been slaughtering hilichurls since day one for materials just to find out the truth. And yeah, and then we have to continue slaughtering them. Which, in my opinion, is a huge game flaw. Personally, I said this before, we should have the ability to... We should have... Okay. After the interlude quest, where we learned the true origins of the hilichurls, we should have had a bonus quest with Ella Musk, where she told us, hey guys, I figured out how to trade with the hilichurls. So that you could, instead of killing them, you could present materials. And you could trade and get hilichurl like masks and items from them. Rip. Rip, Papa. Oh, fresh flowers. I think that should have been instituted. I think we should have had the option to turn off all commissions that involved killing hilichurls. Like they literally already gave us a character who's actively working toward a good relationships with the hilichurls, and she even has her own Twitter account. So why do we still have to kill them? Huh?
Ah, it's you two again. I must say, you look a bit pale. Did you have trouble sleeping last night?
A little.
Perhaps if you had less on your mind, you'd be able to absolve yourself of such troubles.
Nover, thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. I hope Caterpillar's fine wherever he is. I didn't play that part of the quest, but I watched what's her name? Ashikai's recap of the entire thing, but I will say my brain started to turn to mush about halfway through. My comprehension is a little questionable, but I understand some of it. Welcome, guys. Hope you had a good stream. Did Arlecchino just void? It was a lot of info. Yeah, I think I might try to find a few more like shorter recaps, and just maybe on like the third time I'm getting explained to me, it'll make sense. Or hear me out. I could just play the quest. Hi, hope you had a good stream. Kaya speaks hilichurlian. He could have been our liaison. Yeah, we could have had a Kaya at La Musk collab to set up a trading system with the hilichurls. All right, let's resume.
So what are you planning to do now? Catch up on some sleep? Or should I give you some time to rack your brain for a topic to discuss before I ask any questions? Although I must profess to being curious. Without Childe here,
smile.
How do you plan on distracting me?
Oh. She knows. We're caught if we get caught. I'm caught. Oh, sorry. I like the look on her face, though. It's nice. Good detail.
Us? Distract you?
Ah.
A good one. But no, we were just here for a chat.
You sold it, Paimon. Good job.
Looks like you could have used some extra time to think. No matter. If you don't have any other plans, why don't you accompany me somewhere? Don't worry. I'll be sure to steer clear of any scheming children.
You
ocean breeze is sure nice today.
Okay, so she's not as strict about the, like, betrayal premise as it may appear.
Children always think they can hide things from the grown-ups. But nothing gets past me. Least of all a little scheming. I think I'll let them have at it for a little longer. I can be very patient.
She did say that she doesn't mind there being misconceptions about her. That she could use it to her advantage.
Well, I'll leave you to think things over. If you're so inclined, meet me outside the Palais Mermonia.
I suppose this wouldn't really qualify as betrayal, but it's not, 100% obedience.
Good things come to children who do as they're told. So I do hope you decide to tag along. If only for your friends' sakes.
I'm widowy, not a kid, but okay.
What should we do?
I might be older than you.
She clearly knows about everything we've been doing, and Paimon doesn't think it'd be a stretch to say she was threatening us just now.
We should release the pigeon that Linny gave us.
Oh, good idea. Hopefully he sees it in time. Well, we should probably head to the Palais Mermonia. Paimon doesn't want to find out what happens if we don't show up. Based on what the Nave was saying just now, it sure didn't seem like it'd be anything good.
We really don't have any other options. Guess all we can do is take one step at a time.
Okay, then we probably shouldn't keep her waiting. It seems like Linny and the others are on thin ice, so let's do our best to not get them in any more trouble.
T. The ancient being. Yeah.
Time to go.
Whatever. I'm used to it by now. No one in Mondstadt will let me drink, and no one treats me like an adult.
Seeing as we still have some time before my meeting, we might as well enjoy some pleasant conversation while we wait.
Yes, I think Paimon's vocal style is different. It's similar to how she was in the first couple quests of the game, which I personally appreciate. I've been wanting that to come back. And I think the voice actor prefers the stylization as well. It's not as yelly and screamy.
I'm glad to see you get along with my children. Being surrounded by good companions is necessary for a child's development.
You're not planning on doing anything to them, are you?
I assume you're referring to Linny, Lynette, and Fremine. Although, there's that situation with Filial and Nentoy as well. It appears quite a few people have been acting out lately. No matter. I'm not one to discriminate. All those who betray the house meet the same fate. There are no exceptions.
Does that mean you're going to kill them?
Oh, are you here to beg for their lives? I'm sorry to disappoint, but the rules of the house change for no one.
Oh.
In my organization, everyone is responsible for their own actions.
But don't you care about them at all? They really respect you. They even call you father. You must feel something for them.
Any organization in which feelings come before principles is one destined for ruin. The House of the Hearth is hardly an exception. You could say our principles are more stringent than most. Perhaps I can offer you this consolation at least. As our guests, you two will not be held accountable along with them.
There's really no other way to solve the issue.
I would imagine Linny, Lynette, and Fremine will be able to keep their lives. As for Filial, Nentoy, and the others, I'm afraid there's little I can do. They can try to escape, but once you know our secrets, there's no getting out alive.
Oh, I see.
But that's awful.
Ah, you seem concerned. Out of consideration for my guests, I suppose I could turn a blind eye for a little longer. If Linny and the others manage to dispose of Clairy in the meantime, all evidence of their wrongdoing will be lost. In that case, I could hardly punish them for something I couldn't prove.
Oh, she's bending the rules.
If their efforts are unsuccessful, on the other hand, all will be held accountable. And the punishment will be severe.
I'll hold you to it.
Of course. Oh, and here, I believe this belongs to you. Do try and keep better track of it next time.
Oh,
It takes a considerable amount of time to train a bird like this. It would be such a pity if you were to lose it. Permanently.
Wait, where did you get that?
She's scary.
Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have to chat. Now, for the matter at hand. I asked you to meet me here because I have business at the Palais Mermonia. It has nothing to do with you, but I think it would be prudent for you to stick by my side for the time being. There will always be time later to run off and tell Linny what you've learned. Well, time to go. Looks like we wrapped things up just in time.
Okay, I was not expecting that. It's very formidable. I was, apologies, I was unfamiliar with your game. Okay, I don't think I want to be using a pyro team for whenever the thing happens, so just gonna stick with a good old hyper bloom carry. Yeah, I thought she was easing up on the rules, or I thought that was a misunderstanding of the rules, but then nope. Nope. She was willing to allow them to, like, gain an insight and to potentially avoid punishment by covering up their tracks. So it's clear she doesn't, like, necessarily want to punish them, but she will if she has to. Gosh, that's really hardcore. Yeah, loophole. I've never seen that bird in my life. Oh, what a coincidence.
It's been a while, Monsieur Neverlet.
Well, I'm off to sleep now, but I stopped by to celebrate my 49 months sub. Good night, you all Imdish love.
Good night, Mom. See you later. Have a good travel day tomorrow. I mean, she's cold and unfeeling. Mother and father on screen. Whoa. I know, right? I know. When you live in an organization where secrets can get others killed, rules are rules. Yeah, that's true. But to some degree, the kids probably didn't know what they were signing up for when they got adopted. She's a perfect example of a good villain. They may seem heartless, but everyone has their principles and rules they want to abide by, and they know that not everyone accepts them, but it doesn't change their way of thinking, and that the world won't just adjust to anyone and everyone. I agree with that. I think the best villains are ones that you can almost agree with. At the very least, you can see where they're coming from. If you can see some logic in the way that a villain thinks and makes their decisions, I think that makes them a good villain. At least that is one characteristic of a good villain. Everything is not so black and white. Yeah, I mean, people in real life aren't black and white. I'm thinking, there's someone that's coming to mind, but I can't fully recall it. A villain that I was like, oh, I could see myself reaching this kind of conclusion if, I was to go down some dark path. I'm biracial, half black, half white, so I disagree. I do not understand the relevance of that comment to this conversation, because I was not talking about race. But feel free to elaborate on what you mean by that. Thanos. Well, okay. Movie Thanos is kind of complicated because his logic doesn't super make sense. You don't necessarily need to kill half of the population. He could have just supplied more food and everyone could have lived. But it's because they couldn't use another character. Like, in Thanos, in the comics, I'm not 100% sure this is right. This is just what Joshua told me. Thanos is in love with death and wishes to please death by, killing people. So that's part of why he does what he does with the Infinity Stones. But they couldn't do that in the movies. So Thanos' logic is kind of you clearly just want to kill people because you could have just made the Earth twice as big with twice as much resources. Yeah. That's morally gray than trying to make. There's more gray than there's trying to make an evil character complex for sympathy. Yeah, it has to mean something. It has to mean something. Yeah, and Death likes Deadpool, but Deadpool can't die, so Thanos hates him. So it's a lot more reasonable in the comics, but because of like who has the rights to what, some stories can't be told completely. So Thanos's logic is kind of confusing in the movies. Yeah, the love triangle between Thanos, Death, and Deadpool. Technically, his movie plot also killed half of the biological resources like plants, since he just said half of all life. Oh my gosh, you're right. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, in the movies, he just appears to be like a illogical, bloodthirsty monster. But there's a bit more logic. Well, not logic. There's a clearer reason he's doing something in like trying to win over death. So there's like a motivation for why he's doing what he's doing, but that's just like not present in the movies. They would have had needed Deadpool and they couldn't do that. They couldn't do that. Pretty sure Russo's confirmed it was half of sentient. Oh, sentient life. Oh. Yeah, okay. I haven't read the comics. That's just the only thing I know about it from what Joshua has told me, who is a big comic nerd. Yeah, that's all I got. But yeah, anyway, the only reason we're talking about this because I think. Oh, I get the biracial joke now. Because I said things don't need to be black and white. Oh, I get it now. That's not what I meant. Please. No, that's a slow cooker. Listen, I wasn't thinking. That's what okay, yeah, I was. Yeah, okay. I was a little. I like things. Okay, I'm not gonna say any more words. I think I forgot that I said black and white. So you said that I was just like, huh? Womp womp. I'm a slow cooker sometimes. Sorry I let you into that. No, it's okay. It's okay. So, you know, the thing is, when I'm streaming, I just sometimes you're switching topics so much that I could literally forget the thing that I said 30 seconds ago. Or the thing that was we could have been talking about something and half a minute later it's all gone. Zjoof. Hey buddy. I love this. Specifically that people aren't black and white. I said that people aren't black. Oh gosh. Not like that. Morally. People are morally black and white. Anyways, that is funny. That is funny. Except, yeah. I feel redeemed is all worth it. Yeah, it just took me like 5 minutes to cook. It took 5 minutes to cook in here. And then I got it. Dish gets taken out of context, part 917. Yeah. I'm gonna get war flashbacks. Omega lol. That's what I meant. That's what I meant when I said to yes, totally. Totally, I get it now. Asher? What? What is it, bud? Can you hear him? He's going, Ashley, what? He wants attention. You want to jump up? You want attention? Is that it? He knows how to mimic, like, he's flopped on the ground. He now, when he wants something, he knows how to make like a sound of distress so that we will attend to him quickly. And 9 times out of 10, all he wants is for the sink to be turned on so that he can drink water out of the sink. Isn't that right, bud? You go, "Arr!" Yeah, that's what you sound like. I think he just wants attention. I love how it's just dead silent because there's no music in this room. Yeah, well, I give him points for being creative. He gives me usually about 2 hours of streaming before he starts getting annoyed that I haven't paid attention to him. So he'll probably jump up here eventually.
I must say, I wasn't expecting my meeting request to be approved quite so quickly. The Palais Mermonia operates with an efficiency worthy of admiration.
Okay, back to quest time.
It is only right that an esteemed diplomat such as yourself should be afforded the proper level of respect. Although, if I may speak plainly, I must confess that I did not anticipate we would have the occasion to meet again after presenting you with the Gnosis. I see you brought the Traveler and Paimon with you as well. If I may inquire as to the purpose of your visit.
I'll be departing Fontaine shortly. There is, however, an outstanding matter that I would like to see resolved before I go. It requires a rather lengthy explanation, I'm afraid. So I took the liberty of explaining everything in this proposal. Please review it at your leisure, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Hi, Neuvillette. It's nice to see you again. Hi, Dragon. Gosh, it's dead silent. No, you don't play music in your office?
I understand your request. However, at the risk of causing offense, I must admit that I fail to see why you would wish for such a thing.
I heard you have a certain fondness for water tasting, Monsieur Neuvillette, so allow me to use water as an analogy. A family is like a large body of water with countless rivers flowing in and out. As someone who watches over this system, I would hope that each river that flows from the source will eventually reach the ocean. Of course, objectively speaking, I know this is impossible. Most of the rivers will dry up along the way, disappearing into the ground and leaving nothing but a barren riverbed behind. Not all rivers are destined to reach the ocean, but I would not see their existence rendered meaningless. I believe the water that flows within them is simply meant for a different destination, like a field in need of irrigation. Or perhaps the glass of a certain water-tasting enthusiast.
What's the ocean? What is the ocean?
Did you get any of that, Traveler?
Kind of. It almost sounds like she's describing like a video game. Like some of the House of the Hearth make it and the rest like get removed from the game or from the simulation.
Your words paint an optimistic picture indeed.
Is the ocean
Allow me
the
to
abyss?
remind you, however, few among us are willing
Don't
to
answer
sip
that.
from a glass filled with tainted water.
It may have been tainted at one point in time, but not to worry. I'll make sure it's drained of all impurities and returned to its cleanest form.
You guys know what they're talking about, and I don't.
I seem to recall there being a transactional aspect to your proposal. Perhaps you could expound on that?
If you accept my proposal, Monsieur Neuvillette, I will gradually withdraw my forces from Fontaine. And, unless absolutely necessary, I will no longer carry out any special missions within Fontaine.
I presume I can take your words to mean that, in the future, cases similar to the Tartuffe assassination will cease to cross my desk?
Tartuffe? Ah, that thief who embezzled funds from all those charities, you mean? My deepest condolences to his family, but without any evidence, I cannot imagine how the House of the Hearth might have been involved in his passing. Of course, if you accept my proposal, Monsieur Neuvillette, I'm sure certain measures could be taken to reduce the frequency of such troubles.
Ugh, why am I even here for this?
You choose your words carefully indeed. In that case, I am inclined to accept your proposal.
My thanks for your generosity, Monsieur Neverland. Well, with that settled, we should be going now. I took the liberty of bringing along 2 bottles of spring water from Snezhnaya for you to enjoy.
Oh.
I do hope I get the chance to hear your impressions. Perhaps at our next meeting, yes?
Don't drink it,
Indeed.
it's poisoned!
I trust you would not overlook your commitment in the meantime.
All right, Traveler Paimon. Time to go.
Dang, okay. Hello. Hi.
I believe I've told you before that my emotions easily resonate with those of others. Yet in the few meetings I've had with that Harbinger, I haven't been able to sense any aspect of her emotional state. Her mind is like a still body of water. Who knows what darkness lies in its depths, and the lack of ripples on the surface gives nothing away. It's unclear whether this is her natural state of being, or whether it's an incredible strength of will that gives her the ability to master her emotions. Either scenario, however, suggests she is a very dangerous individual.
Yes, I
do
got
not
that sense.
expect an explanation as to why you two are by her side. Whatever your reasoning, I would only advise you to take caution.
That water's just molten lava. I would like to taste like hot spring water. Is it safe to drink? I've never been to a hot spring, and as a certified bath time lover, I really feel that I should try it. Baths are my inner peace. Actually, outer peace. By strict definition. I love bath time.
So, what exactly were you talking about back there? Paimon only heard you mention some rivers, a large body of water, and then some kind of irrigation scheme.
You really want to know? I would imagine there might be more pressing
Ashi,
concerns at the moment.
Scratch the carpet, please. Anything but that.
Winnie, Paimon really hopes everything's going okay.
Certified bath time lover. That's a sen.
Oh, Paimon recognizes that look. You've got your thinking cap on, don't you, Traveler?
Bath time enjoyer. Nave seems relaxed, but she doesn't seem to be joking. Earlier, when she said those who betray the organizations must pay with their lives, I think she's serious about punishing those kids. How should we stop her? Something we should figure out first. While we're talking in front of the Palace Memoria, she mentioned Clairy's name. Does she know where Clairy was the entire time? Maybe she anticipated how Lenny and the others were going to act. Oh gosh. Brother.
Oh, shoot. Are you alright?
Oh, he has the same hair as the poison of the the childhood pet suffocator.
Oh, jeez.
Ah,
I'm so
jeez.
sorry. I was so focused on selling these papers, I wasn't
jeez.
looking where I was going.
Oh, he has a scar on his face.
Well, let me make it up to you at
Ah,
least.
jeez.
Here, take this paper. On the house.
On the house? He looks kind of familiar. I guess he does. For more than one reason, actually.
Oh, you don't have to give us anything.
Please, I want to. It's
Ah,
not like I'm short
jeez.
on supply. All the extras will be useless come tomorrow anyway.
I love that he ran into us at full speed, unsuspecting, and he fell down and we were still standing.
It's my fault, really. I was just trying to bring home some extra mora for the family, but I bit off more than I can chew.
For the family.
I haven't had many takers today, so I'm still swimming in papers.
What's your deal, newsboy?
What's going on here?
Yeah, news Lumine is sturdy. She's sure-footed.
Nothing much. I just ran into your friend here on accident. I should probably get going, actually, so...
What's that quiver in your voice, sir? Show thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your emotes and your ad-free viewing.
Hold on.
Wait, what if... Guess. It is the kid. But... I don't know actually. My outlandish guess is that he received like a growing potion, like whatever they used in Harry Potter, the Weasley twins, to put their names in the Goblet of Fire. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Of course, I'm happy to compensate you with Mora. It's just
I'm sure that's wrong,
don't
but
have any on me at the moment.
That's what came to mind.
I'll take 3 papers. Here, your payment.
Oh, thank you for your patronage. May the Archons
She
bless
put your
you
name
with
into the
your
Goblet of
fortune.
Fire.
If only I had the chance to run into such generous customers every day. I should
maybe not.
probably just take on a smaller inventory, though, right? I'm getting married soon, so
Who better?
sometimes it's hard to not get ahead of myself. Anyway, I should head out. Goodbye.
Listen.
Well, now that my affairs are settled, we should take the boat back to Poisson. We've even acquired some light reading to enjoy along the way.
Listen, even if my ideas are ridiculous, one of these times I'm gonna guess something outlandish and it's gonna be right. And I can't take the risk by not saying it out loud.
Actually, why don't we stick around for a little longer?
20 times of embarrassment is worth for 1 time of being right about something.
Paimon just realized how hungry she is. She can't head back to Poisson on an empty stomach.
Nice. If we go back now, I doubt that so very proud.
It appears you two are under the impression that delaying our return will somehow alter the situation in your favor. I'm sorry to ruin your fantasy, but your efforts are meaningless. That being said, I could be persuaded to give Linny some extra time. I just have one condition. If you agree to my request, I'll even answer some of your questions.
Oh.
You're quite curious about Clairy, are you not?
Yes, of
And
course
my
I am.
relationship to her.
Of course, I definitely don't know already. There are mysterious ants on my desk. And it's making me quite wary.
Wait, why are you being so generous all of a sudden? You're not gonna ask us to do something bad, are you?
You overestimate yourself. You don't have the talent for bad things.
Oh.
Then what can you possibly...
The most important
Man.
consideration in a negotiation is that both sides receive something they want. Demands and threats only get you so far.
Okay, I'm drinking a matcha, and I just got down to like the very bottom, and all the matcha settled. And it's just like... It's like mud water. I need to put more milk in this. I need more milk. BRB. Like chomped on a... Yeah. Took a bathroom detour.
Wonderful. Here it is.
Best me in a
When
duel.
the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help to the House of the Hearth.
Okay. Sounds normal enough.
Oh, I don't know about that.
What do you mean, when the time comes? When is that supposed to be?
That is for you to decide.
Oh, I don't want to accept that. Are you kidding me? That's way too open-ended. What the freak?
Then we have a deal. Follow me.
That is way too open-ended of a deal, man. Okay, alright. Alright. Oh. Primo gem. You know, do you guys on Discord, did you see how there was like a gift item where you could stream Genshin in a Discord to one of your friends for like 15 minutes and then you get stuff? It was like 30 primos, Hero's Wit, Mystic whatever the freak, and money. Well, I did it last night. I like stayed up and streamed Genshin. It just... Jake was the only person watching. And, oh, I'm gonna get kicked. And I did it, and then I got my reward, and there were no primos. You know why? It's because it was like the first 500,000 people got the primo gems. Oh my gosh, please stop. I hate the red overlay. And I was like, what did I do this for? And who else got the primos? Because I didn't. It was so disappointing. I have no one who can break these. Never mind. Yes, I do. I have a hill. You did? Dang it! Ah, I didn't know it was time gated. Very mad.
What is this place?
Somewhere long forgotten by everyone. It used to be a grand building. Now it's nothing more than a pile of rubble.
She'd be nicer. I should just smack the heck out of Ahsoka.
No one comes here anymore, nor does anyone care about what once happened here. Although, this place does have something to do with the story I'm about to tell you. It was before I became a Harbinger, and before Linny and the others joined the House of the Hearth. Due to certain events, I first killed Clairy and then her mother. And this is where it all happened.
You were the one that killed Clairy?
Patience now. Allow me to explain Clairvy's side of the story first. I'll start from the beginning.
Yeah, they updated this area in this update. I saw that on Twitter. They made this much more prominent.
Clairvy was 6 years old when she was brought by her mother, Crucibina, to live in the House of the Hearth. From the outside, it seemed like a fairy tale. A thriving family made up of kind adults and friendly children. Crucibina was the Nave at that time, and the House of the Hearth was under her control. She was Clairvy's mother by blood, but she was also the mother to all the children in the house.
Ashy. Hey, no. No. Hey. Do not eat that. Sorry. Ash is trying to chew on the plant. Ashy's... No. No. Hey. Okay, it's okay. Just like looks at me like this. I tell him to stop doing something and he goes... And then goes back to whatever it is. Okay, he left. He left.
Clairvy was happy here. For a time. But she quickly realized that being part of this family wasn't a fairy tale at all. It was a kind of purgatory.
Purgatory?
Exactly. The House of the Hearth takes in war orphans from all over Tevat. But as for how to raise them, that depends entirely on the person in charge. Crucibina came up with a novel idea. She would teach the children to fight, force them to duel each other, and then crown as the king of the house the child who proved themselves most worthy of inheriting her title. It's difficult to estimate the number of children who died or were maimed in the process. There's little I can say about the ones who died. The ones that emerged with permanent injuries, on the other hand, well, they still served a purpose. They would be handed over to the doctor to be experimented on, or sent away on dangerous missions. Nothing more than tools to be used and then discarded.
So those were the experiments Clairvy was talking about. But what actually happened to her? You said that Clairvy was Crucibina's daughter, so if Clairvy tried to convince her to stop what she was doing, Crucibina probably would have listened, right?
You think so?
Despite being Clairvy's mother, Crucibina cared little for her daughter. She forced Clairvy to join the House of the Hearth only as a means to demonstrate her own impartiality as a mother, to prove that she treated all her children equally. Clairvy did try to convince her mother to change her ways, but it was to no avail. After her efforts failed, the only other option was to rise up and try to fight back. Unfortunately, the other children had already been thoroughly indoctrinated into the illusion of happiness Crucibina had created. Of course, there was one exception. Someone Clairvy's age who knew the truth about the House of the Hearth. Her name was Peruere.
Peruere? Wow, who's that?
Wait, the friend that Clairvy mentioned?
Who is that?
Friend, huh? I suppose we can call her that for now. Clairvy was a cheerful and passionate person with a tenacious spirit. Peruere, on the other hand, was rather cold-blooded.
Probably going to be taking a couple screenshots during this part, don't mind me.
Her cold-blooded nature allowed her to see through Crucibina's facade. Yet, it was also this cold-bloodedness that prevented her from acting against it. At least at first. While Clairvy longed for freedom, Peruere was convinced that, amid all the fighting and violence, she would make it until the end. Despite their differences, the two became fast friends, united by their knowledge of the truth. Clairvy told Peruere that she hoped to create a real family, where no one would be killed or sacrificed. There may have been a certain naivete to her ideas, but Clairvy proved her determination many times over. She tried countless times to run away, ask for help, or expose the truth. But her efforts only earned her beating after beating. The only thing that kept her going was her strength of will. Even with her body racked with pain, she would still stand on her tiptoes and open the window at night. She and Peruere would look out at the moon together, a fierce longing for freedom shining in her eyes. But one day that light simply vanished.
Oh no. What happened?
Her hopelessness resulted from a culmination of things. 10 years had passed. 10 years worth of failure after failure. She and Peruere weren't children anymore, but finding any chance to escape still seemed as hopeless as ever.
Man. It's so sad.
It was during this time that Peruere suggested a new plan. If escaping was out of the question, why not take down the very person sitting on top of this throne of lies? Mother herself. Clairvy rejected that proposal. She claimed that, as a famous Harbinger, Crucibina possessed an unimaginable amount of power. Trying to kill her would have an incredibly low chance of success. Clairy never gave another reason, but Peruere could see it written all over her face. Clairy still thought of Crucibina as her mother. Killing her own flesh and blood was a line she couldn't bring herself to cross. If she couldn't escape and fight back, then only one option remained. Precisely. Death was the only way that she felt she could be free.
I see. So there was like no other option for her. There was no freedom in life, so the only freedom she could have was dying. Wow.
It happened during a duel. When she arrived at the dueling ring that day, her partner turned out to be none other than Peruere. The very person that had stood by her side all those years. It was a fierce battle. But ultimately, Clairvy decided to let Peruere end her life. From that moment on, Peruere's journey was one written in flames. When the rain finally came and washed it all away, there she stood, the sole victor in Mother's endless game of slaughter. A trail of corpses strewn across her path to success. It was the very result she had predicted 10 years prior. Even then, she believed she would make it until the end. She wasn't surprised by the fact that she emerged as Mother's undisputed heir. Rather, her success left her with an inexplicable sense of restlessness. She was unsettled. And there was only one thing that could quell that sensation. Perhaps you two would like to take a guess as to what it was?
Based on my deduction skills. And nothing else that I saw or considered, I would say that you killed the mother.
Crucibina, you mean?
Cupcakes?
But...
Correct. This is the place where Peruere killed her best friend. A mere year later, this is also the place where she fought tooth and nail to kill the mother they shared.
Oh, that was it. There was a year between those two instances? I don't know if that was, I don't remember if that was apparent from the short, but I don't think that's how I definitely thought those were like quick succession things that occurred.
The moment she acted, any conception of what was right or wrong ceased to matter.
Yeah, I thought it was right after as well.
It's one of the principles of the house. Only those who survive get to write the rules.
So I wonder what Crucibina was doing in that year. Like what, I'm very curious actually, what happened in that year period? Did Arlecchino just like leave? Well, yeah, Peruere. Did Peruere just disappear? I guess we'll see.
Peruere won the battle and became a Harbinger herself.
Okay.
After which Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa, bestowed upon her a new name. Arlecchino.
Yeah, she... Oh, 1 year training arc. I could see that being the reason.
So the Perry Clairvy was talking about, it was you all along. You're Peruere. Arlecchino is just a name you got later.
What? No way. No way. This was just as much your story as it was Clairvy's.
I left that name behind long ago.
Wow, Paimon, you're a genius.
Say, hearing it now does bring back memories. After I defeated Crucibina, the moniker of Mother died with her. I chose to forego the title she called herself and even chose to give up my own name. I rebuilt the House of the Hearth under a new identity. Not only as Arlecchino, but as father. And that is where the story ends. Any more questions?
Claire, we met. Who is she exactly?
Yeah. Based on what you just told us, Clairvy wasn't a little kid when she was killed. So the Clairy we met, was she really a spirit at all?
Yeah, that would have been a cool place to put the animation.
I suppose you could call her an illusion born of flame. Her existence is like ashes to a fire. Something left over in the wake of blaze and ruin. You see, a certain power runs through my veins. It's not unlike a curse. My flames leave behind shadows of anything they consume. Of course, the chances of those shadows morphing into a sentient entity are exceedingly slim. Clairy is a very special case.
Ancient power, you say?
Clairy died when she was 16 years old. But what emerged from the flames was her 6-year-old self. Her appearance wasn't the only thing affected. Most of her memories were lost to the blaze as well. Memory is a mysterious thing indeed.
Oh?
Losing a portion of your memories will alter your sense of self. Lose 10 years' worth, however. And it would be like living in the past. Like
who else?
returning to a version of yourself that never grew up.
Who else deals with memory loss? Who else do we know that is afflicted by a curse that causes loss of memory?
No wonder Paimon got such a weird feeling when we were talking to her.
Interesting.
Perhaps I should put it this way. Clairy is someone trapped in time. It may seem like she exists with us in the present, but she truly lives in the confines of her own past.
So if all of that is true, then you must have known about Clairy for a long time.
Indeed. She's a rather volatile and unstable entity.
Kynrians.
Sometimes she would look after the children. She's even saved some of their lives. But other times, she would hide from me and become obsessed with revealing the truth about the house to anyone who will listen. Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow. Any new information they encounter is quickly forgotten over time. Your attempts to expose Clairy to sunlight. They failed, yes? The reason is actually quite simple. In Clairy's mind, the house is impossible to escape. And it is this very perception that traps her there.
Oh, that's so sad.
But no matter. All I have to do is kill her again, and all will be resolved.
Oh.
I don't anticipate so much as a single speck of ash will be left behind this time.
I see. How do you kill a ghost? Imagine you have to kill your best friend, and then you have to kill her 6-year-old ghost.
Wait! Paimon can understand why you might want her gone, but isn't there another way? So what if she's trapped in her 6-year-old self? She's still your friend! At least talk to her first!
I mean, but she's, like, miserable.
It's too late for that. She broke the rules, and now she must be punished.
What?
That goes for Filial and Nantoy as well. She's had quite the effect on them. I hope you understand. The difference between Crucibina and myself lies in our formulation of the rules, not our policy for enforcing them. Upholding the rules without question is a trait we both share, because that is how a household should be run.
I have to disagree with you on that point, Miss Nave.
Is this really what you want to do?
Madam?
Whatever could you mean?
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
Whether as a killer or as a father, there are two things that must be avoided at all costs. Anger and sorrow.
More!
Anger makes you impulsive. Sorrow causes you to waver. Well, it appears it's about time to proceed. Before we arrived, I told some of my well-behaved children to bring our troublemakers here by nightfall.
Why do they do this? The traveler gets like 2 lines per quest.
I do believe I've kept my end of the deal. I gave your friends quite a bit more time. As for what happens now, we'll just have to wait and see.
She never got to say goodbye to her brother. That's true. A bug.
Here they are, Father.
Oh gosh.
You gonna execute him? Seeing something like that would actually be a first for me. Lenny!
I'm sorry. I heard about how you helped buy us more time, but I still failed. I couldn't find a way to fulfill her wish.
Huh? Are you... Perry?
Indeed, it's been a while, Clairy.
Have a heart!
Perry!
Are you gonna kill him? That's freaking sick. Can I stay and watch?
Stay right there. I'm sorry to postpone our reunion, but first I believe certain scores need settling.
You're gonna make her watch this?
Father, let me explain.
Out of my way.
Father!
You chose to conceal a threat to the house. And for that, you must be punished. Overall, however, I suppose your wrongdoing is hardly the most egregious of the bunch, so I'll deal with your punishments later. As for right now, the more pressing concerns are the traitors among us.
By traitors? Do you mean us?
Father, let me explain. We didn't mean to...
Fultz, why don't you share what you heard?
You
Yes,
can't wait to
Father.
tattle.
Secret Midnight Meeting number 3. Participants, Filial, Nantoy, Sato, Toddy. Nantoy clearly said, if only Father wasn't the one who took us in. Sato added, I'm sick of this life. I just want to live as a normal person.
You can't fault them for that.
Filial was the worst of them all. She called us crazies and said a bunch of mean things about Father.
I did not! You're lying! Fultz is trying to frame us.
It's not like I'm the only one who heard those things. After that, you and Toddy and a bunch of other people started talking about Clairvy. You were using all those things Clairvy brought up as an excuse to question Father. We're birds locked in a cage. The only way out is to destroy it. That's what you said, wasn't it?
You little. You just want me gone, don't you? What did I ever do to you, huh? And you,
This is
Sheplo,
crazy.
have you forgotten who stood by your sickbed, watched over you, and changed your dressings? Come on, let's hear it then. What's your reason for all this?
You're wrong, Filial. We don't want you to die. You're our family.
Liar. You wouldn't be doing this if that were the case. So why? Why have you backed us into a corner?
We all live in the House of the Hearth. You know the type of work we do, Filial. A single betrayal can cost dozens of us our lives. It's not like it's never happened before. That kind of thing is hard to forget. That's why the House of the Hearth cannot tolerate any form of betrayal. Ever since we came to Poisson, you've had 7 secret meetings. A lot of the things you talked about really crossed the line.
7. Oh gosh.
You've been spying on us for half a month? Wait a second. Now that I think about it, the move to Poisson was just a way to make it easier to spy on us, wasn't it? Because we were all in one place. You've had this planned all along.
Filial, Nantoy, I'm sorry. I owe you both my life. I owe Clairvy too. If it weren't for all your help after I got poisoned, I wouldn't be standing here today. If this were any other situation, I would do anything to repay that kindness, even if it cost me my life. But rules are rules. I'm sorry. My hands are tied.
Why? Why?
That's enough, Filial. We made a mistake. and we should own up to it. We broke the rules, plain and simple. And now we have to face the consequences.
This is brutal. None of these people chose this. I hope Clairy's gonna confront Arlecchino.
I'm sorry, Chaplot. Faults. I'm sorry, Father. We accept our punishment.
Chaplot, according to the rules of the House of the Hearth, how should these traitors be punished?
Clairy, say something!
All those who betray the house pay with their lives.
And so it shall be.
My gosh. Good night, I guess.
Father, please wait!
Something you want to say, Linny?
Please reconsider, Father. What Filial and the others did, does it really count as betrayal? We all come from broken families. From the very first day we joined the House of the Hearth, we wanted nothing more than to make it a real home. But the truth is, none of us know what a real home should look like.
True.
I'm not saying I have all the answers. All I know is this. Killing Filial and the others may uphold the rules, but doing so will only bring us further away from being a real family than we've ever been.
Yeah. Dragon, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Yeah, you tell her, Lenny.
So please, Father, please reconsider.
I agree with Linny.
Dang, you're taking a big risk standing up to her.
Father, please. Linny, you...
I also agree with Linny.
I mean, I'm not saying she's as bad as the previous Nave, but this is not the solution. The House of the Hearth, that's nice that she gives them a home and whatever and takes care of them, but she's doing like a cleaned up version of what the previous Nave did. She's not like trying to create a champion per se, but she's taking kids and turning them into agents of the Fatui, and then killing them if they choose to anything else. At least that's what I know as of right now. So at least from this perspective, she's just doing like a cleaner version. But I'm prepared for a plot twist.
An order once given cannot be rescinded. However,
maybe they don't actually get killed.
Given the extent of your determination, I suppose we shall have to go about this a different way.
Maybe they just get...
Draw your weapons.
Poofed.
And
maybe.
Face me.
Oh my gosh.
Our weapons?
Father, are you referring to a duel?
Precisely. The rules of the house will not be altered. Traitors must be punished. However, resolving disputes with a duel is also one of our rules, one that also applies to me. Demonstrate a sufficient showing of strength, and I shall offer a concession.
Okay.
Wait. Beat Father in a duel?
Impossible. Father is way too strong, even for Lenny.
Thanks for saying that loud enough for him to hear. It's a great vote of confidence. Oh, he's gonna do it. Oh.
Yeah. Did you hear that, Traveler? Lenny and the others have to duel the Nave. What should we do? Can they really win something like that?
I'll fight also.
If they lose, those people from the house are really gonna be executed. Hey, are you
Is executing them really what she wants to know? Definitely not. Definitely not.
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
Anger makes you impulsive. Sorrow causes you to waver.
She never actually answered my question. That makes the answer pretty obvious, doesn't it?
Oh. Looking at that expression on her face, she seems really serious about this. Guess that means there's no chance she's throwing the duel on purpose, huh?
There's no way the Nave will lose on purpose, although...
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior. And any disputes are less likely to escalate.
Mm-hmm.
When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help to the House of the Hearth.
So we gotta fight too.
What's wrong, Traveler? Hey, where are you going?
Traveler?
Oh. I'd like to see for myself what the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers can do. Oh, I wish that had been voiced. I can hear it in my head. I'd like to see for myself what the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers can do. Why was that not voiced? Very mad.
You're asking to join the duel against the Nave?
If that's okay. If that's all right.
I'll allow it. We do have a ready-made dueling ring at our disposal, after all.
If that's cool.
All I would advise is this. Keep a firm grasp on your weapon, and give it your all.
Oh, heavens.
Any less, and you may just lose your life.
Okay. Nice, 2 seconds of music. Oh gosh, okay.
This way! Everyone hold hands! The Temple of Wisdom!
Not enjoying the slow walk.
escape!
My turn now.
I lost my...
And voila!
Oh my gosh, she's tanky. Holy crap, she's tanky.
I'll settle this. Spare your energy.
Woo!
Running is a little bit.
The countdown has begun.
Hang in there, have a taste of purgatory.
Stop.
It's mine.
I see everything!
Spare your energy. Running is a little.
Oh no, no. Oh my gosh, please.
Try to pace yourself.
I'm trying!
Spare your energy. Running is of little use.
But I have to run or I'm gonna die. When are we nearly dead?
Not bad. You've proven
Not
to be a
bad.
warrior.
Not bad. Oh. Oh, I'm cooked. It's over. It's over. Cinder of Two Worlds Flames. Pair where? Holy frick. Holy frick. Me and my dull blade are gonna... Okay. Okay, dude.
My blade is all that remains. Inazuma shines eternal.
Little unfair. Little unfair.
Out of my way.
The mighty be humble.
Watch out for father's movements. Look out!
The Temple of Wisdom!
A bond is strong.
Sundown is only the beginning.
Okay, that wasn't so bad. Oh my gosh, no way.
You should know better than to crowd in one place.
Okay, Belle.
Oh, I know.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Father!
Oh, heck.
Sorry for what? This pitiful excuse for an attack.
She chucked them! Holy. Her eyes look amazing.
Father, no!
Made it out, did you? You're stronger than I expected.
A crimson moon. I can't move.
Still, not strong enough to beat me.
We got obliterated, I fear. We got thoroughly embarrassed. I would say. No, keep the outfit on. It's cool. She looks gigantic.
I believe we can end things here. It's not often that we get to enjoy the company of guests, after all. We wouldn't want things to get too out of hand.
No, yeah. Let's go back to normal after that. Easy. That was like terrifying. Not for me as like a player, but imagining being in one of their shoes. Like you see that and you never unsee that. She like chucked them. Like they bounced and rolled on the floor after she threw them.
Brother, are you all right?
Lenny.
Given that I am the victor of this duel, as agreed, the punishment stands.
Okay.
No!
I never thought things would end like this.
However,
they're all concussed.
Everyone involved in the duel demonstrated a remarkable level of strength and determination. In light of this, I'm prepared to change the method of execution.
Execution means?
Elwar, the bottled flames I gave you for safekeeping. Do you still have them?
Yes? I wasn't sure what they were for, but I've kept them super safe. I didn't lose a single one.
Wonderful. Then, in just a moment, I'll have you administer them.
Bottled flames?
Indeed. They're the product of a secret experiment. Under certain special circumstances, flames can be extracted from my person and preserved. Once ingested, searing pain will spread across every inch of your body.
Oh.
No harm will come to you physically, but your memories will be burned away.
Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, dude.
If you can withstand the pain, when you awake, you'll have forgotten everything you know about the House of the Hearth, and will be expelled from the organization.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
In other words, administering this concoction will kill the version of you that grew up in the house.
Okay.
And give you a new identity.
Understood. The young man that looked familiar, the ones... Oh, the one selling the newspaper. A former member of the House of the Hearth that got his memory purged away. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just... The whole time, I'm like, there's no way that she could take such a firm stance against the previous Nave and still proceed with, like, killing children and, like, teenagers. And the list of executions... Okay, yeah, so the list of executions was not... No one on it was actually killed. Loophole.
Memory is a mysterious thing indeed. Losing a portion of your memories will alter your sense of self.
Oh, the answer was right there. I'm so stupid. Right. That lived... The horror that lived in the House of the Hearth is dead. The one that remains is simply a normal person living out his life with his beloved. I see. So it's another loophole. Even so, it's much better than actually ending their lives.
So, you're just letting us go, Father?
Yes. A bit of a painful exit, I suppose, but it seems she is just letting them go.
You misunderstand. Memories are extremely important. Once consumed by flame, the version of you standing before me will die, and our secrets will die with you. So no, I don't intend to just let you go, because the person who survives will be nothing but a stranger.
I see. So is that the reason that she keeps her, like, emotions in check? So she doesn't have to deal with the pain of, like, losing... Like, it's basically like a foster system. With jobs.
Even so, I won't have to live in fear anymore. I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry I let you down. But I really...
Don't cry, filial. You haven't left the house yet, so there are still rules to be followed, yes? Remember what I taught you. Anger makes you impulsive, sorrow causes you to waver. Don't let yourself be controlled by your emotions.
Don't cry.
Of course. I'll remember.
No, you won't.
Dry your tears, and go pursue the life you really want.
Wow. Okay. And, man, she's just been standing here not saying anything.
Yes, Father.
Chaplot, Foltz, Elwar. Take them back to Poisson. And bring Linny and the others as well. I prepared 3 extra vials of bottled flames. As for whether to take them, the choice is yours.
I see.
Goodbye, children. The next time we meet, I will no longer be your father.
Boom. Unadopted.
Thank you for all you've done for the house. I hope you have bright futures ahead of you.
Okay.
Father.
Let's go.
Here, grab my arm, Linny. I'll help you walk back.
Foltz, I know you're gonna sit. You're gonna press your ear to the door and listen while the people get administered the flame bottles.
Dear Diary.
I won my 50-50 today, so let me just say, it's kinda iconic of me to get father the same week my mom divorced my awful biological one less than 3.
Now, how am I supposed to respond to that? Congrats. Out with the old, in with the new. I can't. I can't. That is so. That is such personal information. Slate. Good for you. Good for you. It's good news. Okay. Congrats. Don't ask if their mom is single. Stop that right now.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. You know, a lot of times when I get deeply personal information dropped on me in stream, it's like sad. I've never gotten one that was like so personal, but like celebratory. New dad alert. Okay, I'm moving on. Thank you so much for the 100 bits.
Clairy.
Oh my gosh.
Can we talk now?
Okay.
I've been waiting for a super long time. You really are Perry, aren't you? I haven't seen you in so long. How come you're all grown up? Wait, did I somehow travel to the future on accident? Or am I dreaming? What a long dream.
Neither. You died, Clairy. That's what happened.
You could have at least sugarcoated it a little. She's so speechless.
If this really is Clairy's younger self, then I would say she's probably had enough lies.
Oh. Okay then.
Huh?
I see.
That's it? You accepted it just like that?
Yep. If that's what Perry says happened, then I believe her. Perry wouldn't lie to me. Plus, I don't really need to know why I'm like this. I'm more curious about what happens in the future. If you're a Harbinger now, Perry, that means Mother is gone, isn't she?
Finding out that her mother is gone could be the light, I suppose. Like, she couldn't bring herself to kill her mother and therefore could never escape.
Can you tell me about it? I want to know what happened to her. And to me.
Please say I killed you both. Please say I killed you both.
You never stopped trying to defy fate. At first, no one believed you. You could only vent your frustrations to the moon. In fact, you often sought comfort in the night sky. You wanted to see the aurora, so one night we promised each other we would go to Snezhnaya to see it together. Later on, you tried to run away, but you were brought back each time. Mother spared your life, but it wasn't out of kindness. Instead, she decided to make an example of you by slowly torturing you over time. That way, the other children would know what happens to traitors. Still, you never gave up. Mother hoped that through ruthless duel after ruthless duel, she would be able to crown an ultimate victor among the children she raised. But you called on everyone to unite, to fight to a draw in order to reduce casualties. Your efforts may have only delayed the inevitable, but still. You gave them hope. You tried everything you could think of, but every attempt ended in failure. Still, you never turned your sword on Crucibina, and you never turned it on me. On that gloomy day, you told me, "For the last 16 years of my life, I've done everything I can to fight for freedom. But now, I realize that the only freedom I truly possess is the freedom to choose to die."
never imagined I would say something like that. I must have been feeling really worn down. But somehow, I still think I understand. According to Mother's plan, only one of us was going to make it until the end. And I always hoped that person would be you. If I could do it all over again, I still don't think I would make a different choice. Even when I first met you, I knew you'd be able to do what I couldn't.
Is that so? Even now, I'm not sure I truly understand what kind of freedom you were trying to pursue. But as the head of the House of the Hearth, and as the children's father, I've tried to give them the most basic of freedoms. The freedom to choose their own fate. It's something I discussed with the Eudex of Fontaine. The children who want to leave the house will have their memories wiped clean of all secrets pertaining to the organization. In return, they will be allowed to live a normal life in Fontaine without being prosecuted for their past.
Okay. Okay. So that answers the stream part of the discussion. But what is the ocean?
Of course, I won't simply hand freedom to them on a silver platter. They have to fight for it and prove themselves worthy of it. Only freedom that is earned has true value.
That's more than enough.
Interesting.
That's exactly the kind of life I was fighting for. You know, Perry, I think you're a pretty amazing king, and a really great father, too. I'm really happy that you're the one who took over the house. I guess I do have one regret, though. I still haven't seen the outside world.
Yeah, ocean being the... Yeah, I don't think the ocean is the people reintegrating into society. I think the ocean is becoming like a full Fatui member. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what it seems like.
Well, it just so happens that our dear guests over here have been to many nations and traveled to countless places. Perhaps they would be willing to tell you what the outside world is like.
Really? Of course! We've traveled all over the place. We've got so many stories, we could probably talk your ears off for 3 days straight!
Oh. Let's talk about... Yes, let's talk about Nahida. Because Nahida was trapped too.
I was always too afraid to skip Mother's fighting lessons. But at the academia, I bet you could do all sorts of secret things in class. Things that have nothing to do with studying. I'm just kidding. Being able to study whatever you want without having to fear for your life actually sounds pretty great.
Oh, we get to talk about all of them. Awesome.
You know, I used to dream of being a bard. Playing the lute while singing into the winds of freedom. Even if there was no one there to listen, I would have continued to sing no matter what. Ah, that's where Mora comes from. I never knew that before. If I had some Mora, I would buy 3 new dresses. One for me, one for Perry, and one for Mother. It's just too bad Perry doesn't like wearing dresses. And Mother, she probably wouldn't accept something like that either. I guess I'd just have to keep them all for me then. I could wear a different one every day.
Bro, we need to get Venti over here. Venti! We need you! Electro.
Those yokai you mentioned, what do they look like? I once saw a drawing of this one guy with horns on his head and a super scary face. Are there any yokai like that?
I could think of
one. Sounds like you're talking about an Oni. Yep, we've met one, and let Paimon tell you, they're not nearly as scary as they look.
You told Clairy about the various nations you visited. Eventually, the conversation returns to Fontaine.
The situation was super dangerous. Lenny and Lynette were accused of committing a crime, and they were going to have to stand trial at the Opera Epicles.
Oh no! That must have been hard for all of you. What happened next?
Don't worry, we were able to turn the situation around super quickly. Thanks to Detective Paimon, of course.
Oh, heavens.
How'd you do that? Come on, tell me.
Okay, so it was like this. After the failed magic show, we rushed to the scene and...
Oh yeah, Clairvy would absolutely get an animo vision. Totally, you're right. I agree. Clairvy is listening very intently to Paimon's story about our time in Fontaine. She seems really happy, like all her troubles have been forgotten. Maybe this is the first time she's ever been able to truly relax. But I'm not sure how long this moment can last.
Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow. Any new information they encounter is quickly forgotten over time.
This reminds me of a concept in, it's from the Scythe series by Neil Shusterman. So it's sci-fi, it's futuristic. But there's a concept, I can't remember what it's called, but essentially a person's consciousness, or like a replication of their consciousness, is accessible after someone has died. And you have to like make a pilgrimage. They're always in really obscure locations. So you have to like make a pilgrimage to go have a conversation with essentially a shadow of the person. And there's like one character that continues to go back to the same, there's like a guilt component, but she keeps going back to the same person and trying to like have the same but a different conversation, and it's just like absolutely gut-wrenching. But that's just like basically the same thing, that you can't carry over anything from one conversation to the next because the person's gone, and they're the data about them like can't be changed. It's a really great book. I would recommend those books if you like sci-fi and you're looking for something easy but really, really well written. I recommend the Scythe series a lot. Synergy. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and the 100 bits earlier. It's called Scythe. It's called The Arc of the Scythe by Neil Shusterman. I love it. I love like obscure, strange, like sci-fi, utopian, dystopian stories. And I thoroughly enjoyed those books. Yes, Skyfi. Scythe. Yeah. Guys, be serious, okay? Be serious. My favorite Skyfi, the Scythe series. As time passes, she'll probably forget everything we've told her and go back to being that scared little girl who can only hide in the shadows. Was so busy thinking, almost didn't notice the sun has risen. Oh gosh.
Clairvy, you've worked tirelessly from the shadows to overthrow the House of the Hearth. Now, by my authority as the Nave, I shall announce how this matter ends. You are hereby expelled from the House of the Hearth. You are no longer tied to this place, nor are you bound by its rules.
You're saying that I can finally leave? I get to experience the outside world as well? Oh, I almost forgot. There's no getting older for me. Still, seeing who you grew up to be makes me really happy, Parallel. Take care of yourself. Goodbye.
May we meet again someday.
Clairvy. She left so soon. Paimon didn't even get to finish her story.
I also have certain sentiments left unsaid. I wanted to tell her that the aurora I saw in Snezhnaya was just as beautiful as the ones in the pictures. But a shadow's memories reset at dawn. Had we delayed any longer, we wouldn't have had the time to say goodbye. Whatever regrets may linger, let them be lost to the coming of a new day.
Father?
It's Linny! Hey, Linny!
Oh, brother!
What is he doing back here? Let's go check it out.
It's fine. Stop!
Father, the bottled flames have been administered. Filial and the others have left the house.
And you? What have you decided?
Thank you for giving us that choice, Father. But we never wanted to leave the house. It's the only home we've ever known. Lynette and Fremine feel the same way. They're recuperating back at the Hotel Bouffe Tété. But I decided to come back and tell you where we stood.
I hope she's relieved.
I'm sure you're well aware of the expectations I have for you. I want you to follow in my footsteps and become the next king of the house. Yet you seem to have different ideas. I must admit, I'm rather surprised by your decision to stay. There's nothing wrong with choosing to live a quiet life. Leading this organization is a heavy responsibility, one not so easily carried by someone forced onto the throne.
I just never understood what you saw in me. What made you believe I was deserving of that throne?
You're brave, talented, and, most importantly, you cherish your family. You would do anything to protect them, even if it costs you your life.
Love that sound.
Speaking up back there was so brave of you, Linny. It's all thanks to you that we were able to convince Father to back down.
You're a hero, Linny.
Oh.
Hero. Father is the real hero. Had Father gone all out during the duel, there's no way I would have walked away with my life. She must have had it all planned from the beginning, from the very moment she suggested a duel. I'm not deserving of that title. I'm not strong enough or smart enough.
You're wrong. In my opinion, all you need to be deserving of the throne is conviction and the necessary strength to act on it. We may have different ideas of what it means to be a family, but you can hardly be said to lack conviction. What you truly lack is strength. For someone of your talent, though, that's something that will come with time. Even without that strength, you still chose to face me in a duel, even though the odds were stacked against you. That capacity to honor your convictions is what I truly see in you.
Father.
No one knows what the future holds, what tragedy or triumph may be in store. Being at the head of this organization requires the strength of will to face whatever comes. Caution will only hold you back. If reaching a certain standard were required to go after what you want, I would never have succeeded in killing my predecessor. Back then, there was still a considerable gap between our abilities. Strength may decide the ultimate victor, but those who let a lack of strength dictate their decisions or undermine their convictions will never be worthy of the throne.
I understand, Father. Thank you.
Dang. Okay.
Children must grow up to surpass their parents. Only then can a family continue to flourish.
I can get on board with that.
The road ahead is not an easy one. So I'll ask you one last time. Are you certain you want to stay?
Asher is screaming. Ashy! Are you good? Oh. In a very important scene. He's being very distracting.
You've done so much for me, Father, and that kindness must be repaid.
No.
Plus, with Project Stoua at hand, there are many dangers ahead, and I, for one, don't intend to back down. Protecting my family at all costs. That's my conviction.
Then you're welcome to stay. As for Project Stoua, you need not be too concerned. If those cowardly businessmen and heartless dignitaries try to take us down, I'm prepared to teach them a lesson. Having members who longed for the light was our organization's last weakness. With those members no longer among our ranks, the House of the Hearth is like a spider hiding in the shadows. We need only wait for our prey to come to us.
Memer, thank you for the resub. What the freak? What are you doing? You're spamming a link. I don't want to buy. I'm not interested in your wares. Stop trying to sell me stuff. Genshin. Kaka Genshin. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my stream. Sorry. Having members who long for the light was our generation's last weakness. Okay, with those members no longer among our ranks, the House of Hearth is like a spider hiding in the shadows. We need only wait for our prey to come to us. Interesting. So she's basically saying anyone, the organization should be filled with people who want to be there, not those who are forced to be there.
At present, our imperative is to use their plan to our advantage. In doing so, a crimson moon shall rise amid the frigid blizzards of winter.
Oh.
No demonstration of loyalty shall go unrewarded, and no sacrifice shall be in vain.
I need to watch a video about the crimson moon.
As for the two of you, whether we meet again as friend or foe, I'll remember the camaraderie we shared in this moment. No matter how arduous the journey ahead, I hope we both reach our desired destination.
Please, what is it? What is the desired destination? Please tell me. Please tell me. Wait until 2 days later. Yes, my favorite mechanic. Nadlin. Yes. Are you gonna fight the weekly boss this stream? Yeah, probably. I've already I fought it in the quick challenge already. What if Dotora uses Arlecchino's fire to burn Irminsul? It's interesting that the potion or the poison that like purges your memories from you is drawn from Arlecchino. Like the flames. So that implies that she either has lost memory or something about her constitution causes loss of memory. So that could be, at this point, I'm sure there's videos that like make good guesses about it, and maybe there's more to learn from this quest, but from this point, that could either be the curse on the Kynrians. She could have some association to Hilly Charles. Whether it be like some experiment or what. I still don't know necessarily where she's truly from. Or some other curse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Serves no purpose.
Didn't Linny say that Lynette and Fremine were recovering at the Hotel Bouffe d'été? Oh, Paimon wonders how they're doing. Maybe we should go check on them.
Yeah, let's do it. Na, 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 na. Wasn't the Crimson Moon a bloodline in Conria? Are you cheering right now? Then yes. Of course, and I definitely knew that. There's a lot of theories about Arlecchino. But yeah, please no spoilers until I finish the quest. Thank you. Grazie.
Lynette? Fremine? How are you feeling?
Much better.
Whew, what a relief!
What about you? Are you feeling alright?
There's no need to worry, I'm right as rain.
I knew you'd come out unscathed. Us, on the other hand, well, we've been bedridden for 2 days. I couldn't even turn over.
Yeah, that checks out. There are 2 dynasties of bloodlines in Conria, the Crimson Moon and the Eclipse. O'Dane told us about this. Man, that was probably so long ago. I didn't remember it at all.
Oh, and I wanted to ask, is Clairy gone? Linny and the other members have left Poisson and returned to the House of the Hearth. According to him, there haven't been any more sightings of a spirit roaming the house.
We bid her farewell under the blanket of sunlight. Her wish has been fulfilled.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Father came to check up on us 2 days ago and told us about what happened with Crucibina and Clairvy. Actually, I've met Crucibina before.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Really?
You've met the former Nave?
Crucibina died a year after Clairvy. It was during the year between their deaths that I joined the House of the Hearth.
Oh, right. He was there already.
Crucibina had an extremely cruel and radical way of doing things. While she was alive, the atmosphere in the house was suffocating. When I joined, though, the experiment she valued so much had already come to an end, and all the people involved, dead and injured alike, were gone. Crucibina never talked about the past with us newcomers. A couple of months after I joined, Father killed Crucibina and burned all her files. With that, the names of all the people subjected to her experiments,
oh my gosh,
Clairvy included, were lost to the flames.
Oh heavens.
Along with the painful memories they represented.
Father took in Lenny and me a couple months after that, but she never mentioned anything about Crucibina or Clairvy.
It really seems like something she was planning to keep to herself. The last time you talked to her, did she mention why she kept it a secret for so long?
She said she didn't want us to be affected by the darkness of the past. She was worried we'd develop a false sense of gratitude towards her if we knew about it. The foundation of a family should be free of any corrupting influence. Whatever happened in the past, it has nothing to do with who we are now. And that's what Father told us in the end.
But I still thanked her for everything. It was only after hearing about what Crucibina did that I finally realized how insignificant our lives could have been. The members of the house meant nothing to her. To say that she valued them in any way, even just as a tool, would probably be giving her too much credit. If Father hadn't taken over the House of the Hearth, I probably would have already...
Don't think about it.
Father rarely brings up the fact that she saved us. She doesn't believe that being indebted to her should be what ties us together. But even if we didn't owe her anything, we would still choose to stay. Because this is our home.
So that makes sense. That's her saying that she doesn't mind when... She doesn't mind or would prefer that there are misconceptions about her, would explain why she didn't tell the children that they like have the ability to leave the House of the Hearth at like basically any point if they can prove themselves, I guess, to be deserving of freedom.
We may have arguments or times when we feel wronged.
It's not actually death.
Some people may even choose to leave. But as long as Father is here, we will always have a home.
Whether the path before us is bathed in sunlight or shrouded in shadow, we'll follow Father wherever she chooses to go. So I wanted to say thank you for helping us make it through this crisis. Without your help, we could have lost a lot more along the way.
Oh, we didn't do anything, really.
Just invite us back as guests and we'll call it even.
Of course. You're welcome anytime.
So could Arlecchino and her ambitions be the choice? I wonder if Kaya is going to be involved in this at all. Because Mona said that though Kaya believes that his decision is made, like his loyalties are made, Mona believes that he's going to have to make a choice again, like a real choice in the future, and that it could have catastrophic implications. So I could see these storylines converging.
Are Filial and Nantoy okay?
And I definitely want that to be the case.
I actually saw them at the cafe this morning. They didn't recognize me. From what I could tell, they were drinking coffee and talking about one of the operas that started running recently. They seemed happy. If I had to take a guess, I would say they finally found the kind of life they always wished for.
That's cool. Hey, I want to ask Arlecchino questions. Oh, you get the fireplace! Teapot item. Yes, very nice. A stately fireplace, most elegant and gorgeous, similar to the one used in the House of the Hearth. It's said that some ancient legends hold a hearth to be symbolic of home, not only providing protection for children at night, but also providing a path to new life. Though, even if the fire has gone out, the children now have grown strong enough to protect themselves. That's suspicious. That's weird. Nave, death flags? Question mark? Nave gonna pee pee poof? That's what that sounds like. It's already implied by Lenny being set up to replace. But yeah. Have you put Arlecchino in the teapot for dialogue? She is in the teapot. You know what? Yeah, she is in the teapot, and I have never tried to talk to her before.
Life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble.
Arlie. If you think her normal heels are high, her boss heels are even higher. Yeah.
This realm is...
I'm chewing on my thoughts. I'm chewing on them.
If you ever...
Hi, madam.
It's my turn to play the guest, I see. A novel turn of events. I shall follow your lead and play the good visitor.
How do you like it here?
Thank you for inviting me to this realm. This has proved a fine vacation spot.
There's nothing.
Is a transfer of ownership on the cards by any chance?
You want to buy the Serenity Pot?
No need to startle. This is a quiet and secure location, shielded from outside disturbances. It would make for a good backup base. Any object that could solve many problems is worth paying a fair price for.
Sorry to disappoint, but this isn't for sale.
An unfortunate answer, but not an unexpected one. This resembles a home more than it does a base. Let us keep it that way, then.
Speaking of home.
Is something the matter?
Want to hold a family barbecue?
A fine suggestion. This place is sufficiently large for a family gathering. The children will be glad to have the chance to visit and play at a friend's place. It is agreed, then. As for the costs of this gathering, simply leave it to me.
Nice. Take my teapot. I don't use it. I do use it. Well, kind of. My other teapot's way better.
It's my turn to play. I shall follow your lead. That seems agreeable. Is there anything you would like to discuss?
Actually, nothing comes to mind.
The children often say so too. I am not sure what to say to father, what sort of topic I should go with. I hear such discussions often. In truth, talking to me is not very difficult. I can make conversation on most topics.
Okay. Art of selecting desserts.
Ah, it appears you quite enjoyed my choice of desserts for Miss Farina's table.
I did.
There are many tricks to choosing treats. The key is having a sufficient understanding of everything. The varieties of the treats, their stores of origin, the artisanship of their creators, as well as how they're plated and presented. Each of these factors builds upon the others. Still more intelligence is required if you are making this purchase on the behalf of another. Their personalities, relationships, current situations, and long-held preferences.
Oh.
There is no one-size-fits-all answer.
That's a lot of thinking. I just like anything with chocolate in it.
A novice would find it difficult, yes, but experience is cumulative. Start at buying gifts for friends, and go from there. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? But of course, finding common topics and ground are indispensable assets in building interpersonal relations. The work of intelligence gathering merits preparation, but it would be unwise to pin all one's hopes on intel. As such, I try to dabble in as many fields as I can to gain more knowledge.
Does that get dry after a while?
Just the opposite. The more I learn, the more clearly I see how the world operates, and the easier it becomes to lead an elegant life.
Elegance.
You must first take care of yourself before caring for others. Knowledge and skill broaden your options. If you have something you wish to share, feel free to come look for me. As long as nothing confidential is involved, I'm sure it will make for a wonderful chat.
That almost felt like an arc. Oh, hello. That almost felt like an Archon quest, so I'm like filling the void of not being able to like debrief with the main character and like ask all of my questions, like my lore questions. All right. We have finished the Arlecchino quest. I was definitely expecting there to be more like direct lore. But seeing as there's no Dainsleif in this quest, it's and we're probably going to get that next. Realistically, we're going to get that in the next patch, and we'll have all this like background on Arlecchino after the. We'll hopefully we'll get clarity on like where she is from, and we can put all of our theories to rest. We need to know where she's from. We need to know what she wants. Like, what's her end goal? Does it involve anybody else? Dainsleif's still on vacation. Yeah, learn about the Crimson Moon, which I think there's lots of videos on YouTube about, so I will watch one of those and get some info myself. I think it's purposeful that they release her before having a Dane quest. Dream ideal situation would be, well, I don't want to ask for too much. We still need Venti's second story quest. We still need Mondstadt expansion. There are a lot of untied bows in Mondstadt. So I wouldn't mind. I would be very pleased to return there, but that's probably too much to ask for one patch. Will probably be Arlecchino, Dainsleif. And maybe Kaya. It would be so awesome. I miss that. I miss him. Yeah, Venti's second story quest I think is going to be very important. Very, very, very important. Missing Kaya, unheard of. Yeah, who would know about that? Venti will get a second story quest, but I think there's a reason that we've waited this long, and it's because it's gonna be like a really big deal. It's probably going to be tied with Mondstadt expansion. It's probably going to be tied with Celestia and the Heavenly Principles, and it's going to be like really serious. So, yeah, Aster I've heard has good videos, so I'll probably watch that. I really enjoyed that. I think so. The only issue I had with the animated short and this is that there was a lot of like retelling of information, which I understand that because, you know, not everyone who plays Genshin in the future is going to have seen the short. So it's good that all of the information is in the game. But yeah, having just watched the animated short and then playing the quest, there was obviously overlap, and I'm like, okay, yeah, you know, I know this. I saw the the footage basically of this from the animated short. But I understand that. And then as far as the mystery, like, I personally am glad that I had the backup information already on Clairy and the previous mother, the House of the Hearth. I didn't feel that the quest was like lacking because we already had that. It just made the structure different and allowed, like I said before, the player to be more invested and knowledgeable than the characters and to be rooting for us like a particular outcome in a way that we're just like, normally we're just along for the ride and we're trying to figure out why this is important on the way. Yeah, I think I agree. I think it enhanced the experience, and it was not an accident that we were given that information before her quest. If they released the video after the story quest, it would have been much better. Yeah, I disagree. I think for me at least, I'm glad that I knew who Clairy was and cared about her from the start. If they released her after, it would have been another case of NPC impact. Yeah, it's like, it's hard to say what we didn't have and what we normally have in quests like this is like the aha moment. Regarding Clairy, we did get an aha moment, and it was discovering that Arlecchino doesn't actually kill the children. She just lets them be like purged of their memories and leave and gives them their freedom. Like, that was the big discovery of this quest. And I don't think it needed another one. I think Clairy being there gave the quest an emotional richness and allowed the player to be involved in it from the beginning. That's my opinion about it. It was one less gotcha aha moment in exchange for a stronger investment from the start of the quest through to the end. So, yeah, I could definitely see argument for the other side if you prefer the shock moment and the mystery, but I think there was a lot that we already knew about Arlecchino and her relationship with the House of the Hearth before the animated short came out. It was really only like, the only mystery was, how does she handle the children? Is what she's doing really like ethical? And I would say that's still kind of like shady, but it's not as bad as we thought it was. And then Clairy. Clairy was so crucial to the story, it gave Arlecchino some emotional depth. Yeah, it's a perspective. I could see the argument, but I don't think it's fair to reduce it to like Genshin spoiling their quest before they put it out. It was very obviously on purpose. If they wanted that to be a surprise, they wouldn't have released the animated short before the quest came out. They would have released it after, like, at least given us like 2 weeks or so to play the quest before they released that. So it was intentional. Arlecchino's personality trait is like, I'm gonna copy your test answers, but if you can stop me, I'll give you the future test answers. It's kind of boring when you know exactly what's gonna happen. Yeah, I did not have that experience. I didn't find it boring. I appreciated not being in the dark and not having to like try to force myself to care about a character I didn't know about. And there's also, yeah, there's so much that happened that did not directly relate to Clairy and Perware. There was so much outside of that. She was just a part of it. So it's not like you knew everything from the start. I feel like it's normally the NPCs know more about the story than we do. Yeah, this is probably the first time that we, as the player, knew more than the characters in the quest. So I personally appreciated the change. Aside from like the repetition, I didn't mind having the information about Clairy in advance. Yeah, story quests, that's a really good point. Story quests, though there is often like lore reveals in it, story quests are primarily to allow us as the player to understand and make decisions about a character's like heart and mind and how they operate. It's to give us insight into who that character is. And I think that that purpose has been served. And like, we didn't know what was going, the mystery was preserved. How do I say this? We didn't know that Arlecchino killed Clairy, knowing that Clairy's only freedom was through death. We did not have that piece. We just knew that basically she had to, because that's how the House of the Hearth operated. So even in that storyline, not all of it was revealed in the short. Unless it was in the music, which it's hard to say. I would have to listen to it again. I feel like they wanted to tell a certain story that required some prerequisite knowledge in fear of needing too much setup, but they seemed a bit hesitant on fully assuming the player had the knowledge, so they retreated too much, created a mystery around something that was quite obvious and made it short. So kind of a letdown for me in terms of payoff. Well, that makes sense. I understand that perspective. I mean, I would anticipate Arlecchino is either going to get a second story quest or she's going to be heavily involved in the next interlude chapter. Otherwise, I really liked the pacing. Did not feel that there was any filler. I mean, that took almost 4 hours, but it didn't. I never felt like it was lagging or anything. I kind of wish they hadn't softened Arle's killing of Clairy by saying Clairy let herself be killed. They're making Arlecchino too soft. But that's based on your lack of information on who Arlecchino is. You had a version of her in your mind that was not correct. And all Genshin did was correct your misunderstanding. So, I mean, you could say you don't like her as much because of that, if you wanted her to be more, like, cold-blooded and evil. But it's very clear, at least in the way she handles herself and, like, the choices she's made, she's not a cold-blooded villain. So you could say that you don't like Arlecchino, or you like Arlecchino less. But Genshin's just like releasing and revealing who she actually is through the story. Yeah, she has a heart, but I would never underestimate her. Yeah, there's a lot we don't know. Still, there's a lot we don't know. At the very least, she cares about orphans. We'll get the old Nave and Arlie confused and try to say what the mother did is what she did. Arlie's probably planning to overthrow the Fatui via the house. That would be very interesting. I mean, it's clear she doesn't, like, necessarily get along with the rest of the Harbingers. I think people just want Arlecchino to be a villain. But with the information we have, it's really hard to say what she actually wants. There's still a lot of unanswered questions, and there could still be a significant amount of misconceptions about her.
J4Y says to me, since I first saw her, I always thought her character and personal goals were up to interpretation, as most of the Harbingers seem to also be like. I love her a lot no matter what, of course. I've loved her since I saw her.
I've watched a lot of Chinese media, and they really can't have anyone evil be on our side. Some censorship guidelines? Yeah, I don't know anything about that. No one will be normal after being raised by mother. But she's definitely not an evil person. I'm not gonna make a full assessment on her character until we see her carry out her plan, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, I guess I feel like I don't need to repeat it. I've summarized my opinions about it. I like her, and I have no gripes with the release of the short before the quest. It actually made me appreciate it more. More curious about her origins than her motives. Oh, me too. So you could say that again. That does. Oh, they're getting rowdy. Marty, I don't know. I don't think you can hear him, but he makes the cutest noises. Let me see. Marty? I want him to make the noise. You could hear it. Dang it. He's not doing it. And he goes, ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow. Yeah, I say, wow, it looks like a evil spinning chair. Yeah, I would say we still have a lot to learn because we still don't fully understand who, like, what the Fatui want. It's also very, very mysterious and shrouded. Yeah, I wouldn't want to know. That would spoil everything. Can you tell us where the sweater's from? Yes, I got this at Urban Outfitters. It was on sale. The brand is BDG. Yeah, I bought it in 2 colors because I liked it, but it was in the sale section. Yeah, going against Celestia. That's like based on their collection of the Gnosis, and I'm sure more information that I don't have. That's Careful. I'm gonna start knocking over furniture. All harbingers have different perspective. Yeah, it's clear that they don't all get along. They don't all have the same... They're not on the same page. And the rooster is speaking ill of her to others. So it's not like they're all united.
The rooster holds little love for me, and the feeling is mutual. He is an acceptable mayor, I suppose. Perhaps even an exceptional one. He has an uncanny ability to make great gains at a small price, which has earned him substantial acclaim throughout his political circles. However small the price may be, if it continues to come at the expense of my organization, sooner or later...
Yeah.
When I first took over the House of the Hearth, he proposed a number of plans for us to work together. He wanted me to send any rejects to him. He planned to experiment on them and then share the results with me. I heard that he and the previous Nave had quite the professional rapport.
I read ahead.
All I can say is that if he weren't one of my fellow Harbingers, I would have expedited their happy little reunion long ago.
Dang! Yeah, so even from that, it's very clear that the Harbingers are not all on the same page. Like, their morality is all over the place. They're not necessarily a united front aside from one joint goal, which is to collect all the Gnosis. So it's really hard to say Fatui equals evil. I would say it's not really accurate to say that. It's not fair to say it.
When I was imprisoned, it was the Tsaritsa who pardoned me and gave me the title of Harbinger. I could sense she was a person of true sincerity and compassion, unlike all those pompous hypocrites with their posturing and rhetoric. Yet, it's difficult to say whether her compassion alone is enough to melt the ice and snow that permeates her land. All I can say is this. If we are forced to be at odds one day, I will raise my weapon against her without hesitation. Because that is the greatest level of respect I am able to bestow. I won't deny that he is a capable and imaginative individual, but he lacks clarity. He can formulate grand plans and manipulate the economy with ease, yet at the same time, he allows his actions to be governed by the vengeance and hatred locked in the depths of his heart. Rational people often believe themselves capable of controlling their emotions, but I believe that confidence is their greatest weakness.
Yeah, she clearly holds disdain for every Harbinger. They're just doing one thing together, and otherwise they hate each other.
Objectively speaking, his personality is ill-suited to that of a Harbinger. He often tries to think the best of others, and finds himself used by them as a result. Of course, he is very talented. With time, I'm sure he'll come into his own. I see no need to judge him too early.
Okay, I want to hear about...
She and Piero
the fair
were
lady.
the first Harbingers I became acquainted with. Her prideful attitude when she first visited the House of the Hearth failed to earn her many friends among the children. Subsequent visits were accompanied by gifts, and the stately claim that those who dislike me shall receive none. The children quickly learned how to play pretend, and she in turn basked in their attention. Superficial, though it may have been.
Yeah, she don't like any of
I
them.
imagine
She's
quite
a hater.
enjoyed being surrounded by children, perhaps due to the persistent loneliness that plagued her. I found her sacrifice to be a great shame. May she be reunited with her lover in death.
Oh. I see.
As the original Harbinger, much about him remains a mystery. Upon our first meeting, he recognized my background with ease. Yet, to this day, I know little about him.
Can you tell us about your background, please?
He is very powerful, and that power comes with a high level of responsibility. However, I believe him to be someone worthy of respect, independent of the power he holds. She is a very special Harbinger. Pose her a question, and the answer you receive will be entirely unpredictable, if she sees fit to give a proper answer at all. Regardless, any answer you do receive is sure to be an interesting one.
That's like the most neutral answer so far.
I have little interest in her. She's extremely passionate about her research and does not appear in public often.
Columbine.
In fact, many of our officers have yet to see her at all. Compared to, let's say, someone who would go so far as to create segments of themselves to better wander across the land, I suppose you could say she is at the other end of the extreme.
Okay, last one. I just want to hear about Frina.
I asked Linny to deliver an assortment of cakes for her theater troupe to enjoy during tea time. The children made the cakes themselves, as a gesture to express the support and enthusiasm of her audience. I do hope she enjoys them.
Oh, that's nice, I guess. Okay. Tori straight bullet. Deserved, though. So deserved. Okay. Alright. I think I've heard enough. Overall, I enjoyed that. I was invested the whole time and never felt like it was dragging. It was very nice chatting and hearing various opinions. Right and wrong ones, of course. And, why is audience in quotes? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Dark Potato, thank you for the Prime sub. Ashen, thank you for the tier 1. If I didn't say that already, I might have. Memer, thank you for the 22 months. That was great. Thanks for chatting with me about it too. Well, I am going to... That is not the right screen. I'm going to go to sleep. But then after that, I'll watch some lore videos on the Crimson Moon, and I'll educate myself as much as I can on that stuff. And we could chat about it next time. Can you tell Ziox to come live? Well, is he in LA right now? I think he is. I'm considering it's 2:30 at night, and that's say no to them. Sorry. I wish I could help, but I cannot. Okay, I'm going to send you guys over to Ruby because she's great. But additionally, she is streaming early access HSR. And you can learn about Robin. You can learn about Robin. It's very exciting. Thank you for watching. Sorry I started late and that we weren't able to do Final Fantasy. But frankly, even if this was at a normal time, it's been almost 5 hours, so likely I wouldn't have I played it anyways. What day is it? Wednesday? What's tomorrow? I might be able to stream tomorrow. Yeah. TBD. Alright, say hi to Ruby for me. Thanks for hanging out with me and chatting. And VOD watchers, hello. Goodbye. Some of her stories in the archive, in Living Beings and Where the Bosses Are, I will check that out too. Thanks for hanging out. Bye. People.